Okay then. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but you apparently RE Central just decided it didn't want to work. Hopefully it's better now. I don't know why Unity did that, but apparently it did. So let's actually make the project. Will be a 2D game, and yeah, let's get this started. Let me zoom that out for you. All right, should boot up. All right, all right, all right. All right, it's still loading. Once it actually works, I'll go ahead and wait, why isn't it refreshing that? Oh, because it's already deleted. Not what I wanted. You guys don't need to see the endless void that is the Twitch. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Why didn't it request a name though? That's what I'm wondering. All right, let me go ahead and actually make this fill the screen. Kind of important for you guys to actually be able to see this. And yeah, I don't get why it didn't ask for a name. Oh, it probably did. I just probably ignored it. In that case, I should probably actually make a new one that has a name because I don't want to be calling this new project. Maybe I could just save as. Doesn't look like it. One thing I do want to know though is if I go ahead and do this, can you guys see that? That's what I would like to know. No, you cannot see that. So you won't be able to see the individual windows. Okay. In that case, let me go ahead and actually make the thing. Will it let me rename it? Maybe I can do this. Sorry. I probably should have set up at least a little bit before I got started, but I don't feel like that plays into the game. Maybe I can rename it in here. Interesting. I was able to rename it there, but it didn't seem like it renamed it in the actual place. And now it's just completely gone. Cool. In that case, I'm just going to create a new one called Tethered. I'll go ahead and delete this so it doesn't cause any problems. 2D, I'm going to call it Tethered. There we go. So, while this is loading, I guess I can tell you guys what this game actually is. As you might have assumed, it's a 2D game. Wow. Who could have guessed? But what is it really? Like, obviously I'm not going to just make your average 2D platformer. That would be boring and people have already done that. What I'm doing is I'm going to make it, yeah, but how do I explain this? It's difficult to explain. But essentially, I'm not going to let the player jump unless they're in midair, as well as the fact that they'll be able to get into the air with tethering. And that's what I guess I'm trying to show today. Let me go ahead and refresh. That should give me this. Yep, there we go. This is back. Delicious. So today's goal is simple. The goal is to make the actual controls. That's it. Something nice, easy, simple, blah blah blah, etc. So yeah, let me actually I should probably um message this out to Discord so people might actually see this because I doubt many people are going to notice this. So let me go ahead and do that. All right, let me go ahead and do this. Why doesn't this have a sharing option? Oh, there it does. Now, I'm doing this on Twitch instead of YouTube because I feel like this would be too different for YouTube. All right, so yeah, with all that out of the way, let's get started. All right, enough just not doing anything. It's time to do things. So let's start off by making a simple block. Simple, well, I guess I can't use a square, can I? Where is this new sprite? Should be it looks like it's at the origin. Yes, it is. Okay then. Hmm. I was expecting it to at least have a square. It does not, though. I've mostly been working in 3D, so there's quite a few changes between the two. This in 3D. So it looks like this will work. So I'll just use a cube. Doesn't really matter. At least for this testing, it doesn't. So what I'll go ahead and do, excuse me, I'll go ahead and make this like, I don't know, 2 by, I don't know, 10. The Z doesn't really matter. And now if we look at this, let me go ahead and center this at 0, -3, 0. We can go ahead and zoom in. And yeah, we got ourselves a platform. Now, I was originally planning on making the sprite later, which I guess I could still do. Today, we're just going to be working on the controls, so yeah. Let's go ahead and rename this ground. Then we're going to go ahead and create a 2D object. Well, I guess we have to make it 3D as well. I do not like that. Because yeah, UI would be the next closest thing, but that's not great. What does this look like? Sprite mask. Okay, this is just the same thing. I need a sprite. Well, you know what? Whatever. I'll go ahead and do this. I guess I'm going to make a just simple sprite that will be a block. And we'll use that. That will be the easiest thing to do. In order to do that, we're going to need to open up GIMP. I'll make the sprite, I don't know, 16 by 32. All right, let's go ahead. I'll add in this. Nice little tab. I don't know. Yeah, just a simple little square. Go ahead and make this 16 pixels by 32 pixels. And yeah, that's good. File. I should make it at least discernible which way it's facing. I should do that at the very least. That is not what I wanted. Or I'm actually going to zoom out a little bit. I have an idea on how to make sure the player knows which way they're facing. I should actually make, like this works, but I feel like I should make it a more visible color. Let me use red. All right, then we're gonna go ahead. I'll export as. Will it show you this opened window? It doesn't look like it does. That's good. So let me go ahead and export this as. Where do I actually keep this? Here, let me back up to here. Create a folder. I'll call this sprites. And yeah, export. All right, just go ahead and do this. Next thing I need to do is I need to make a blue version, and you'll see why once I actually get into making the characters move and whatnot. This is very important. All right, save as. I'll put that in the same place. Wait, no, not save as. I need to export as. All right, there we go. I really should put on some music or something, but I'm worried that Twitch will ban it. Destroy the stream. Do it. So I'm not going to. I can go ahead and quit out of GIMP now. No more. And yeah, now we can go ahead and insert two sprites. Wait, I don't need to create empty. I need to create 2D object sprite. All right, center it. This will be player 1. All right, we're going to go ahead, create a folder down here. I'll call it sprites. Let me go ahead and drag in the two sprites. Ah, that opened it up. I don't care. Put it in there, put it in there. We'll go ahead and take player 1. We'll make this a player 1. There we go. That is quite small. All right. So that's about, how small is that? I can't even, really tell. I think it's like a third of the actual size or something. I guess what I could do is I could just move it into the middle and see how tall I have to make it before it works. Yeah, it's about a third of the actual height. Cool. All right, cool. We have a character. That's step one. Step two is to add a couple of things. We need to add some rigid bodies and whatnot. First of all, give it a box collider. Then we're going to go ahead and give it a rigid body. Actually, we need to give it a rigid body 2D. Physics 2D, rigid body 2D. Where is rigid body 2D? There it is. We're going to go ahead and constraints freeze rotation on, wait, freeze rotation on a Z. What? Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Because rotating it, you can only rotate it around like this. I was thinking, shouldn't it be to Y then? No, because that would turn it around the thing, and X would be flipping it upside down and whatnot. It can't do that already, so yeah, that's good. Ah, no one has joined. So yeah, step two, we're going to need to actually make some basic controls. I do not know how to make the character flip like it should, so I guess that'll be the first challenge I'll have to look up because I have no idea. Remember, the only thing that I've made, the only stuff that I've made has been in 3D, so yeah, this is new to me. All right, go ahead, open that up. I'll make it so you guys can actually see Visual Studios. Oh, I have to press this. All right. So we're going to start off and let's go ahead and create a public speed variable. Well, I guess I should make a special or a serialized variable. float speed. This will just be its walking speed. I guess I should actually assign it. I'll assign it to something like 10 now. Void start. I'll go ahead and make what should I do for the start? I should actually, well, I guess I need to do this. All right, private. I need to make a float horizontal. Well, I guess this is actually just going to be that. Yeah, I don't even need a vertical because this is 2D. Go ahead and update. Nah, I should name this horizontal. I shouldn't just abbreviate it. All right, input dot get axis horizontal. Cool. Then we can go down here, make it so well, this is just going to be transform the translate. And then we need to move this in vector 2 dot, I guess this would be right. Yeah, this would be right. Times speed times horizontal. And there we go. Easy character controller. What do you know? Go back into Unity. That goes in and saves. And wow, we got a controller. And he goes fast. Also, I should probably put a box collider on this. It has a box collider. Well, this has a box collider 2D, so that probably explains it. Let me go ahead and add a box collider 2D to this as well. Maybe that'll fix it. Ah, interesting. In that case, I'm going to add a sprite. The sprite will be in the middle here. Go ahead and center it onto the ground. Go ahead and reset the transform. That puts it in the middle there. Add a box collider 2D to this. Edit the collider. Ah, it's very small. There we go. All right, do this. All right, do this. Give me one moment. Sorry about that. So what we're going to do, we're going to make this a collider. The collider should be offset is 0, 0. This should be 1. Oh wait, this is literally just 1 and 1. I literally can just do that. That's so dumb. Why did I not think of that? I'm stupid. And there we go. It works. I go way too fast still though. Let's make that more like... Oh, that's why. I never multiplied this by time delta time. I'm dumb. That explains a lot. Let's see how this works. There we go. Pretty fast. I'll set it to 10. Wait, it's already set to 10. I'll set it to about 5 then. And I think that'll work a lot better. That looks like it works. Okay, that was an interesting thing. That was really interesting how I was able to, walk into the thing. That should not be happening. I think that's just because of I don't even know. Let me go ahead and duplicate the ground really quickly. Yeah, I don't know what that is, why that's happening. It is though, that's for sure. I think that's more of a problem with the ground though. All right, next thing, I need to actually figure out how to use box, um, what's it called? Box casting. All right, it says box cast. That's 3D. Ah, here it is. All right, so layer mask, I should do that. All right, I think I got this. We need to go ahead and add layer where you need to add ground. Cool. Then we're gonna go ahead and go to ground. Make the layer actually ground. Yes, change to children as well. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back into Unity. Then we're going to, every frame we're going to, well, first of all, I need a serialized Boolean, whether we're grounded or not. Private float. And I'm gonna name this can jump equals true. Actually, I'm going to make it false. So one gimmick with this game, I've already thought about it a little bit. Wait, why did I make that a float? It needs to be a bool. I'm dumb. So the main gimmick of this game is going to be that two things. One, you can tether between two players, and two, that you can jump only when off the ground. And I can't really explain it without actually doing this, so we're going to do this first. And yeah, it should be easier to actually explain when it's done. I guess is the best way to put it. Wow, still no one is here. I'm not surprised though, because this is probably really boring. What? He's literally just looking up everything? Correct. That's what happens when you're dumb, like me. Alright, so now what I need to do is also one thing I need to do is I need to make a serialized field. I need to make a private bool again. I'm going to call this charge jump equals false. I'll just set them both to false. That'll be easier. So what's going to happen is when they touch the ground, they'll get to actually see. Let me just do this. So first of all, why did I close that window? I'm dumb. Box casting, Unity. Why did I select that one again? I need to look at the two-dimensional one. Oh, all right. So this says public static, raycast, hit 2D, box cast. Box cast. All right. Apparently that doesn't work. Why am I not surprised? Hey, this is a separate method. That's probably what it is. This is outside of a class though, and that's not what I want. I want to go here. I'm going to say public static raycast hit 2D box cast. No, I'm just dumb. Okay. No, this is a function. So I can just put this here. I'm literally trying to make the player jump and I'm already having trouble. Isn't that great? Ah, this is wonderful. Hey, the Slime Assassin. Welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. Also, Danny. Yeah, this is making a game, except I have no idea how to make a game. Actually, I do, but that's only in three-dimensional. So it's definitely more difficult to make a two-dimensional one, and this one's actually supposed to be good. So yeah, I'm making a game. Whether it'll be good or not, that's a good question. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how to actually make a player. To give you a description, basically, I guess the best way to describe this is, you know the bubble mechanic in Mario, in the new Super Mario Bros. U that I abused so heavily to beat the game without touching the ground? We're doing that, but as a game where it functions well instead of being randomly running around. And that's all going to be implemented later because, first of all, I have to make the player jump, which means I have to detect whether they're on the ground or not. I guess I could just use a raycast. No, then I have to use two, one on each side, or that doesn't even work as well. Okay, that makes sense. I am just dumb. Oh wait, no, that's for the three-dimensional one. Oh. Okay, that's a lot easier to see. Will that actually change how RE Central uses that? Yeah, it does. Okay, but that's fine. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I have no idea how well this is actually going to work. Probably not. So yeah, what I need to do here is I need to do a raycast hit 2D, and then this is a variable. So this is going to be called boxcast equals physics 2D dot boxcast. Okay, so that was the problem. Oh, and this is a method, so yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That explains so much. All right, so now I need to say where its origin will be, which is going to be transform dot position. Yeah, dot position minus vector 2 to, well, I guess it would be a new vector 2 minus new vector 2, which would be offset, which I'm not actually sure how much it should be. I'll make it down by 1 because, or actually by half, 0.5, and that should be correct because that'll be below the player, comma. Then I need to make the size, which will be, in this case, it'll be very small. It'll be 1, or I guess I need to write new vector 2, new vector 2, and it'll be 1 by, oh wait, I'm dumb. This needs to be 0, comma. And that needs to be 0.5f. I'm making all the mistakes that I possibly can. No, wait, yes. I just need to put 0.0f here and that fixes everything. No, it doesn't. Why it doesn't? That's a good question. Oh, it might be because of this, or it might be because I'm just dumb. So yeah, this is the size, so that'll be 1 and 0.1, I guess. Something thin. All right, that's getting cramped, so I'm actually gonna full screen this to go ahead and make a comma. Oh, transform.position is three-dimensional, 2D. No wonder I'm having problem. I guess what I can do is this minus new vector 3, and then make this 0.0f. Yep, that works. It was throwing up an error because transform.position is a method that is um, that's a vector 3, which basically means it uses x, y, and z, while um, I was using a new vector 2 because I'm doing a two-dimensional game. So I was like, wait, you can't subtract those. So now it works. That's fine. What's next though? So next I need to say, wait, vector 2 direction. Why is there vector 2 direction? Oh, wait, what? Wait, if that's the size, then why is it doing that? I don't know. 0.0f and vector 2 direction. And I accidentally clicked on Blender. That's going to be great. Get rid of you. Destroy. Okay, it's gone. And I guess I'll make this 0.01. or 0.1, or 0.1, I mean. F. Why don't I just look up this? Let's see. I could technically copy this code. Then again, that'd be bad. I should actually be learning how I'm supposed to do this, in case I'm going to make games in the future. This is the first video, and I'm already doing so well. All right, give me a second. I might actually have to come back to this because I have to go pretty soon. Yeah. Yeah, I think I have to go. Sorry to end it with such disappointment. I guess I'll have to look at it next time. But yeah, hopefully this works as sort of a test stream as well. See ya. All right. And we should be live perhaps, maybe. Let us see. All right. Hopefully I'm live. Perhaps. I think I am. So let's get started. Welcome everyone back to another development stream or whatever you want to call this. And yeah, we're going to get started. This is not going to be intense like last time. It's just going to be basics and getting something set up. Last time we got the ability to move. I still have the compiler error because I've been trying to figure out how to use box casting. I think I know now. And I know that I'm dumb. Mostly because I haven't used 2D before. So yeah, let's get started. First things first, we need to go ahead and make a physics 2D, and then we need to use, there's a method called boxcast that is, wait, yeah, it's it's physics 2D dot boxcast. And what this does is it basically gives you a Boolean. It's a Boolean whether it's true or false. And what I want to do is one thing that I do want to have is I want to know the box collider bounds. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to make a private um, box collider 2D, cool, and I'm going to call it player box. Why not? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and actually in start, I'm going to initialize it or whatever. So I'm going to say player box equals get component. And this component is going to be, you'll never guess, the player's box collider. Do that, and bam, now we got its box collider. Oh, and it's a method, so I do have to put a thing there, bam, and we got it. So now when we box cast, what we're going to have to do is we have to put in a bunch of stuff like last time. First of all, I'm just going to make this the boxcast.center or playerbox.center. If that would work, I should be able to just take the center of the box and that'll make my life a lot easier. Oh wait, this isn't dot center. I have to say dot bounds first. There we go. Now dot center. That's the first thing that I need. Another thing that I also want is I want to know what I'm actually hitting. This is our layer mask, so I'm going to make a private layer mask. I need to make it serialized though. So serialize, that is not serialized. And I need to make this a private bool. Wait, no. I need to make this a private layer mask. And I'll call this ground. And the reason I actually do need to make this one serialized field. The other things are fine without it, but this one has to be it. All right. Has anyone actually joined on Twitch? I should probably check it out. Oh, wow, people have. Hey, Trio and Chris Pratt. Welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. As you can see, I know what I'm doing. Perhaps, maybe this time. You never know. So that's the first part of the box collider. Now what we need is we need the size of it. So I'm just going to make this the player box dot, what's the right term? It should just be bounds, I think. Yeah, dot bounds dot size. So that'll give it, say, basically, okay, how big is the box? Well, it's the size of the box, which is this. If I actually click on this, you can see that it says, ooh, Box Collider 2D, that's a delicious thing that it needs. Cool. So we'll basically take that. Then what I have to do is I have some other parameters that I have to pass in, like its rotation, which is just going to be 0. Who could have guessed? Then we basically need to ask, where is it going? Because the box cast, what I was doing wrong last time was I was like, I had a box, but I didn't know what I was doing with it. What I need to do is I need to say, which direction is it going? And in this case, it's going vector2 dot down. And then I need to say, how far is it going down? and I'll make this some other random variable. I'll just say, um, just so I don't have random numbers going around, I'm going to just make a simple little thing here. I'm going to call it, actually, let me put this right before the box. Let me put it right here. I'm going to call it, what should I call this? I'm going to call it private, what? No, I just want, oh, I guess it's automatically private. So I'm just going to call it float. And what should I call this? I'm going to call it extra, ext height, or box. I'll call it B for box collider, or I guess box cast extra. So I'll call it BCE. Now I'll call it box collide. I'll actually spell it out. Box cast extra. And I'll give it about 0.01. That way the player can't really jump if they're in the, well, actually, if it's the opposite. Players can jump in air. That's the whole gimmick. Well, one of the gimmicks. We'll talk about it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to set this next parameter to how far it goes to box cast extra. Isn't that very epic? It is, in fact, very epic. What do you know? Next thing that we need to do is we need to give it the layer mask, which is ground. And what do you know? We got it. Now, because this is a Boolean, this basically returns a Boolean. I should actually make a separate method for this. So I should make it called something like is grounded. So I'll make a public bool is grounded. Then I'll go ahead and set this to bam. Oh, I actually need to put parentheses here. Yeet. Isn't that very epic? Now we're going to go ahead and just yeet all this stuff that I just typed into this wonderful method. And what do you know? We got this. Then I'm going to go ahead and return. I actually need to make a variable for this. I'll call it bool is grounded. Equals, and then equal that to the box. I'm going to set is grounded to this. I'm going to make that capitalized. Then I return is grounded. And what do you know? You got the answer. So then what I'm going to do is an update. I'm going to say if is grounded. Oh wait, I need parentheses around this. I'm dumb. I was commentating even though I had no viewers. Yeah, well, I might as well keep a record of this because this is just going to be a pretty epic making my own game thing. From scratch, from having no experience to actually making something. It'll be fun, perhaps. So yeah, if is grounded, then what it will do is it'll actually make a, what this will, wait, what? Oh, I'm dumb. This needs to actually be parentheses at the end of this. There we go. Now it's a method. Who could have guessed? All right, now what we need to do, if the player is grounded, I have a separate variable for that. So I should set to charge jump to true equal true. Wait, no, that's comparison equal true. Nothing will happen if you're not charged. Oh wait, yes it will. If not grounded, so I guess else. So if you're not grounded, then what will happen is charge. Well, then I'll make can jump true. And actually, this needs to be false as well here. Oh, and I messed that up. Great. Isn't that wonderful? This needs to be equal true. So now that should work. Also, I should probably mention, I should actually make the player be able to jump. Actually, I'll make that in a second. Let me actually just make this a debug message right now. Debug.log jumped. Actually, I should make, you know what, I'll make this, whatever, who cares. Input, no, I need to make this an if statement. If input dot key code or key down key code dot space, or I guess I can say jump. Um, you know what, I should set this in Unity. It has settings for that. Why is that like this? Oh, that's why. Let me go ahead and make project settings, input, axes, jump. Yeah, it has a jump key. Hmm, that's interesting. I should be able to just say, oh, I can probably just say jump. If get key down jump. No, it does not let me do that. Well, either way, I'm going to do this right now. If input dot get key down is key code dot space, I'll just use this as something right now. Actually, I'm going to use arrow key up. Up arrow. Then what I want to do is I want to do a jump. Oh, I left off the parenthesis here. Okay. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it, if I have an up arrow, then I'm going to I'll have to fix the input because we're going to have two players and I'll get to that, don't worry. But for now, I'm just going to test if the player can jump. So input, actually I should probably make this private, a private bool, because nothing else will use this. So if keycode dot up arrow and can jump, where is my and key? It's right here. Then what I want to do is I want to, oh yeah, I already have, wait, do I have a link to the rigid body? No, I do not. I should probably do that because I'm going to be adding a force. Private rigid body 2D player. I'm just going to call this player RB. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, oh, I need to actually initialize this. Player RB equals get component. Then the component is obviously a rigid body to D. And bada boom, bada bing, we got ourselves a rigid body. Then when we do this, I guess I'm also going to need a jump height. So I'm going to make another variable for that as well. I'll call it jump power, I guess. I don't care. Doesn't really matter. No, does it? I'm going to make this like 500 right now, just so that way I can test. So if I hit the up arrow, then what will happen is player RB dot add force, not angular drag, add force of vector2 dot up times, and I want this to be times jump power. And then the type of force is force impulse, or force mode TD. And this is force mode dot impulse. Cool. And that should work. Let's see. Will my computer catch on fire? That's everyone's favorite game, isn't it? All right. Charge jump is assigned but never used. Oh yeah, I should probably do that as well. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to see if this works first. Then I'll see. Okay, yes, it does work. As you can see, my character just decided it didn't want to exist anymore, and that's probably because I gave it a jump power of 500. Let's give it a jump power of 5 and see if that works. Actually, next thing I'm going to do is I'm also going to, when this hits input, I'm also going to say player, or I'm going to say charge jump equals false, equals false. Cool, very epic. Now if I save this, maybe it'll actually work. Let's see. Ah, very interesting. Let me not maximize this. Just so I can see. Does it like completely disappear? No. So let's lower this again. Let's lower this jump power to like 1. Let's see what that does. Because it goes really high. And the reason it does that, wow, it still goes really high. That's interesting. All right. Why does it say charge jump doesn't matter? Wait a second. So I set charge jump there. I guess I should also say and charge jump. That should. Wait a second. This is wrong. I shouldn't be able to jump on the platform. Wait, what logic did I use? Because the whole gimmick is supposed to be that when you're on the ground, you should not be able to jump. So I say, if you're grounded, then charge jump is true, and can jump is false. So that should be charging your jump. So you have a jump available. Then, but you can't jump yet. Else, you can jump. If you're not on the ground, then can't. Oh, this needs to be else if. If charge jump and not is grounded. Parenthesis. There we go. If input key, get key down, but still doesn't explain that. Oh, because I'm off ground originally. And because of that, when it was updating, it would go, is grounded? No. So it set it to true. Wait. That still doesn't make sense. Oh well. Let's see if this works, though. Might as well test. Let's see if big brain strats actually work. Probably not. Hey, sweet. All right, at least I'm not flying off into distance anymore. Let me go ahead and... Wait, did I close out of that? Yes, I did. So let's make it noticeable again. Let's make it 100. File save. It might have been that warning that was causing it. Let's maximize. Actually, really quickly, I'm going to make the main character or the main camera a product of that just so I can look out of it. All right, now it is not working. Good to know. This is probably from my logic. When you're off ground, charge jump. Here, let me just make two things. Debug.log. So I'm going to see charge jump plus can jump. Let's see. Let's see what it reads. So now if I go back here, it should tell me. All right, so right now it's saying I can't jump and my charge jump is also false. And it still says I'm false. Oh, I think I know what might have caused it. Actually, no, I don't. Oh, I do know why. Because I never set what the ground actually is. That might help if I actually know what it is. Charge jump is now true. There we go. And I can't jump anymore. That explains it. All right, so if I need to make one more thing, if charge jump is equal, or if not charge jump, then can jump is also false. There we go. Let's set this down to 1 for right now. We can change it later. Ah, still no one's here. Sweet. I'm still going really high. Why is that? What do I do for a jump? I player I player RB or add force vector 2 dot up times jump power. I mean, that should be it. Maybe I just need to set jump power pretty low. 0.01. Let's see what that does. Oh, it needs to be 0.01F. File save. All right, let's see. No, still really high. I can remove the main camera from the player now. I'm going to leave it. Might as well. I do want to move the player to the origin then. 0, 0. There we go. I'll move the main camera back to normal as well. Oh, that explains it. I accidentally moved the Z back as well. Let me move that to like, wait, what? That is weird. What if I do this? Perspective. Ah, that's actually what I want. Because now I can do this. I actually kind of want the 3D look. Maybe, perhaps. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what I'm doing for the art style right now. Let's not mess with that right this second, though. Right now, we're just trying to just get through this. We're just trying to figure out why the jumps are failing. So yeah, right now, if I go ahead, go over here, I just zoom off. Maybe it's because I'm using impulse as the force mode. Ah, I get it. I completely understand now. Let me see. If I click on player 1 and I look at its rigid body, its mass is 1. If I make this 2, let's see what happens. It still goes zoom in. It does not stop. That's one thing that's weird. Like, it'd be one thing if it was just going for a little bit that was just too high. Oh, wait, nope, that's exactly what happens. But it is off of there. Wow, that is fast. I think my just let me try adjusting the player's mass. Let me make their mass like, I don't know. Let's make it 20. Let's see what that does. Yeah, there we go. And I think this is actually in grams, so we want this to be more like 100. If we do that, now we actually have a character, maybe, perhaps. Maybe. Yeah. What do you know? Except I think 100 is a little bit too much. Let's make that 50. Let's see what that does. Yeah. I think a little bit stronger, actually. Maybe like 60. Let's see what that does. Yeah, that works. I like that. And the jumping works. Now we have that problem where we have clipping. But I'm not working on that yet. I feel like the next problem that we have to solve is actually making the, how do I put this? We need to make the player flip, which is actually really easy, I think. Maybe. Because we have this little thing right here that says sprite flip. And we can just flip it on the X or Y. So what I could do is just do this. After I find out horizontal, if horizontal is less than 1 or is less than 0, then what I'll do is I'll go ahead and use, wait, do I need to do that? Maybe. I guess so. Maybe. What? Maybe. I don't know. I might need to get a reference to the sprite render. I probably do. So let me go ahead and do that. So private, and I'll call this sprite renderer, and I'll call this player render. I'll go ahead and assign that here. Player equals get component. And this is of type sprite renderer. And there we go. So now what I'm going to do is if horizontal is less than 0, what I'll do is I'll say or I'll say player render dot flip x equals true. I'm not sure if this will work. Huh, it looks like it did. I'll have to test it out, but I need a way to flip back, of course. So I'll make it an else if statement. Else if horizontal is greater than 1, then of course I want it to be player render dot flip x equals false. And that should work. Let's see. How quickly will it break? That is the question. All right, it's not on fire completely. I can still move right. And I can move left. Oh, um, wait, we don't flip back at all. What? Why don't we flip back? That doesn't make sense. If we can flip, why can't we flip back? Of course. If horizontal is greater than 1, what if I just remove the else? Because it can't be both, right? Let's test it. So yeah, we can still move that way. And it doesn't work. Why doesn't it? I have an idea. I assume it's because that. Let me actually look it up. So I need to say player render or flip X Unity. No, that's just a thing. That's literally just that. Then why? Why? Here, what I can do is I can see what is horizontal at all times. So let me go up here. I'm going to write debug.log. .log. I'm just going to write out horizontal. Oh, I'm stupid. This is less, this is greater than 1. You never get greater than 1. No wonder. I'm dumb. Why am I like this? Oh my gosh, I'm stupid. Because now, yeah, it works. What do you know? It can dance. Isn't that great? You can jump. Isn't that great? You can ask why I'm able to clip through walls. Isn't that great? Let's set it. I don't want to change the speed. Also, one thing I want to try is if I can clip myself into the wall, can't I jump forever? Because that could be a problem. Well, I can tell if I actually do this. Bam. Yes, I can. So that's actually a problem, but I think it's because I'm using this really dumb sprite. So I think that's a later problem. I think the next step is to add in the actual tether mechanic. Because we got the player now. Now we need to actually make the mechanic. How have we been live for 40 minutes? That's dumb! Alright, so let's start off by removing the main camera. Wow, you move fast. Maybe I should apply that in fixed update, actually. Yeah, that's probably for the best. So yeah, let me go ahead and add in fixed update. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all of this. Actually, let me go ahead and put a little bit more space there. I'm going to take this right here. Bam. Put it all in fixed update, and that should fix my clipping problem. Let's see. Does it fix it though? That is the question. Yes, it does. Wow, that actually really works. It's not perfect, obviously, but it still definitely has problems. One thing I can, because I can still jump off of a wall. I guess I can just make the scale a little bit smaller of the box that I use. All right, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. So I'm going to make a new vector 2. New vector 2. Isn't that a wonderful sight? Actually, it needs to be capitalized. I cannot spell. New vector 2. I'm going to use this. And I'm going to say player. Oh, I said player bounds. This needs to be player box dot bounds, and there we go. All the problems are solved, and now I can just make this a little bit smaller, minus 0.1, I guess, f, and there we go. Now, if we do this, let's see. Still can't jump. And yeah, that looks like it works. Maybe, perhaps. Let's see. Bam. I still can't see. Let's move this up a little bit. Ground, let's go ahead and make its position, I don't know, -2. I don't care. Actually, I do care. It's deeply upsetting to me. Okay, we still can double jump. Wait, what? I really wish I could actually draw the box glider, and I know that I can, but I'm not. All right. I guess in that case, I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller. So let's make that -0.2. Let's see if that does anything. Hey, it works. Nice. The broken piece of garbage works. Yes, it's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with this. Anyway, it's about time to make things wrong with this. So you see how this is player controller? We need to make a few changes. The first of which is, um, where is it? Project settings. Right now, our horizontal, we can actually like have horizontal, and that isn't good. We're moving this. None. Cool, that works. Now what I need is I need a second one of those. Ooh. I can add ones. What does this do? Okay. So let's call this, first of all, let's call this horizontal, let's call it horizontal 2. Let's not call it that, let's call it horizontal 1. Then we're going to call this horizontal 2. Isn't that crazy? Then it has no description. We need to set its negative button to A, and its positive button to D. All right. It doesn't have alternate buttons, so we can remove those. Gravity shouldn't be changed. Oh, it is changed. So this is going to be free. This is going to be free. And that's 0.001. That's already fine. Snap. We're going to go ahead and say type keyboard key or mouse button, x-axis. And yeah, I'll set I'll work with joysticks in a long time. We're not doing that now. Right now we're just trying to actually make this work. Cool. So now we have horizontal and horizontal 2. This is going to throw up an error if I don't change this though. So we're going to set this to get axis horizontal 1. I think that should work because horizontal 1 actually exists now, and the get axis thing is going to that. Let's see though. I think this should work. So if I press the arrow keys, this should still work. Hey, it still works. Okay, great. My fire hasn't burned yet. All right, next thing that we're going to do is we're going to change this from player controller. I should have changed this a long time ago. We're going to change that to player controller 1. And now inside of the actual script, we need to, oh, that changed that, whatever, we're fine. Change that to player controller 1 so it actually works. You have to be careful of that. All right, still works. We're not completely dead yet. Okay, that's pretty epic. That's amazing. Who could have guessed? So now what we're going to do is we're going to make another one. Isn't that crazy? This is going to be called Player Controller 2. Isn't that such a creative name? Wow, I am so creative. I know, so many people want to be me because of how epic I am. Gosh, this is fun. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to take all of this wonderful stuff and just shove it right back into here. Isn't that crazy? Next, what we're going to do is we're going to make this called, this horizontal doesn't call horizontal 1 anymore, it calls horizontal 2. And instead of this key code being up arrow, it calls the W key. Isn't that crazy? And that's all. Now what we need to do is we need to go back into Unity. Then what we need to do is we need to add in another player. This is going to be a 3D or 2D sprite, and we're going to reset its transform. Actually, I'm going to move player 1 over a little bit. We're going to move him over like 2. Cool. Now for the new sprite, this is going to be known as player 2. Wow, who could have guessed? I'm so creative. I actually should come up with names for the characters, though. That would be kind of helpful. But anyway, I don't care about that. Now what we're going to do is we have those sprites. Remember this player 2 sprite that I made at the beginning? Yeah, there was a reason for that. Who could have guessed? Now what we're going to do is we're going to go over here and bam, we got ourselves sprite 2. He needs to be 3 times bigger though, because he's small right now. All right, next we're going to add the component. What are you going to add? Oh, it's the second player controller thing. Who could have guessed? It's player controller 2. Then we go over to player 2, drag this on. Wow, who could have guessed? We got this. This needs to be ground though. All right, now with all of that, does it work? Okay, no it doesn't. He's still, oh wait, yeah, he needs a box collider and rigid body. That's obvious. Why am I dumb? We need to give him a box collider 2D, and that's probably off. Am I right? No, I'm wrong. That box collider is exact. Cool. Is there any other stuff that I'm missing? Probably, but who cares? All right, edge radius 0. Let me move him over to -2. Make my life a little easier. -2. All right, next thing that we're going to do is we're going to make, oh, that's why. I'm going to drag this below. I don't want to see what the sprite is. I don't care about that. All right, physics 2D, we're going to have the rigid body 2D. What do you know? It's almost like player 2 is exactly the same as player 1, except for the color of the arrow. Wow, who could have guessed? And now, he works. They work. Oh, wait, he somewhat works. Um, I probably should lock his rotation. That'd be kind of smart of me. All right, anything else? Yes, I forgot I need to change his weight to 60. He's a big boy or girl, I don't even know yet. All right, let's see. How does it work? It works. Why is he stronger though? Wait, what? He shouldn't be stronger. That's actually weird. 5 and point oh 0.01. Do 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 do. Yeah, I don't get it. Whatever. Oh, it's probably strength of that or whatever. He can wait, what? Okay, he can't jump. Why can player 2 not jump? That's interesting. That's probably a problem. Who could have guessed? How do I make player 2 jump? What's even the problem? I should probably figure that out first. Let me go down here. Debug.log. Let's go ahead and put can jump plus charge jump. Doesn't really matter which order I have them in. I just want to know what is the problem. File, save. Let us see what is going on here. All right, so it can't jump, but its charge jump is true. Okay, it looks like it works. What's going on with it then? Its weight is that. Oh, that explains it. I need to set that's a 10 and 500. Okay. All right, save all. And what do you know? This'll work now, maybe, perhaps. Perhaps. He's still stronger. Why? He still can't jump. Why? 10, 500. Oh, because they're serialized, it still takes those values. That explains it. So that still needs to be 10, and that still needs to be 500. There we go. Now they zoom in. The fact that they can fly through each other is kind of a problem, not gonna lie. I either want them to be able to pass through each other or not at all. But them just being able to pass through each other is kind of a problem. But hey, at least this works now. You know what? I'll call that a success. I will consider that a success for the night. And we did it under an hour as well. What do you know? When you know what you're doing, it's actually easier. Wow. So next of all, nah, I'm not gonna do that yet. I think the next important, I'm not gonna make the tethered yet. I'm gonna make a camera work. I think that's step one. So I'm gonna make a camera controller. And yeah, let's go ahead and apply that to the main camera. Let's open that up. So first of all, we're going to need references to the two players. So I'm going to say find. How do I find this? Why does it say objects of type? Shouldn't it be find? Hold up. So first of all, I need a reference to my players. And I am officially dumb. First of all, I need to say private get or private game object. equals, or not equals, private game object player1 and I need to make private game object player2. Cool. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say at start find or player1 equals get. I don't want to say get component. I want to say find. I don't want to say that either, though. That just gives me the same objects. That's probably find object of type. Let me actually look that up. Find object of type. Huh. So I should just be able to say find object of type of game object. I guess I could do that. Hmm. I really want the thing to find it instead of just using the transform, because then I have to use it per every single level. It might be my only option though. Well, I can change it later. This is just going to be a basic camera controller right now. Whatever. You know what? Let me try this first. Find object of type. Type. Um, nah. I'm just gonna make this public or serialized private. There we go. There we go. Now I can just basic. All right, so that'll give me reference to those two. Then I'm just going to say that camera position transform dot position equals And I guess I'm just going to do the middle right now. Where is it going to be focused on? So I'm going to say player one dot position, or I guess I'd say dot transform dot position plus player two dot transform dot position, and all of this divided by 2. And that should work. I just need to go ahead and set that to that. Set player 1 to player 1, player 2 to player 2, and there we go. That should work. So right now, interesting. Oh, that's probably why. Yeah, it's setting this to 0. Actually, I should do this inside of here. I'll set the X and Y here. So this needs to be new vector free because the camera actually isn't 3D. New vector free. And this has to be this. Copy that over. Except this needs to be player position Y. Or actually, this needs to be -1. Wait, 1 second. If I go ahead and take the camera and zoom it in. Yeah, right now its position is -1. So yeah, I'm going to set this to -1 right now. And that should work. We're going to change that in a second so it actually zooms in and out. But for now, it works. And it follows the players. Let's go. All right, I'm actually going to lower the speed. I am. Also, I'm going to remove the serialized because that's making it really annoying. Mostly because I'm changing it in Unity, which is complicating things. So I'm just going to make that this. Let's change the speed to be like half as much. That should stop the clipping. Wait, not that. All right, change this to 5. File, save all. And now it stays in between. Sweet. Next thing is I need to make the camera perspective view. I think it'll give off a cool view, especially when everything actually works. So we're going to start off by making this perspective. That'll change how it looks a little bit. How far back do I need to make this? Let's make it -10. Yeah. So I need to go to camera controller, Set this to -10, otherwise you won't be able to see anything. I think this will give off a nice view. I mean, it'll still be sort of the same, but now I can at least use 3D objects or anything that I want. So I think that'll look good. Also, I'm glad to see no one's been here for the last hour. You know, it doesn't really matter, but who knows? One thing that you can do is this. Oh gosh. And this, I guess. If you go to the very edge, you can jump, but you can't refresh your jump. Actually, because I do this, clipping's less of a problem. Ooh, that looks a little gross though. Let me actually shrink this platform. Let me set its scale here to 0.0001. That way it's a little easier to tell. I should be able to set it to 0.1 now. It's offset. Let me see what that does. Point 0.1, file save. Let's see if I can still do the trick. Oh wait, I need to actually do the trick. I messed it up. So we do that, and I can't. Great. That means it's working. Wait, hold up. What about corners? Still can't work. All right, good. That is good. Let me duplicate this a few times. Let me actually make an empty object. I'm going to recenter it. I'll call this environment. Environment. I'll go ahead and put all the ground in here. And what do you know? There we go. I actually do want to move the ground out of the way though. Move that over 10. Then move this over -10. So we're actually going to need to use a little bit of trigonometry to figure out how far this should go. Because obviously if the players go off screen, that's kind of a problem. Or, well, if the players go off screen, that'll be its own thing. I'll include depth barriers and I'll be able to control the camera per level. I'm not including a camera lock right now. But what I do want to do is I want to make this work. I want to do this. Camera controller. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a, first of all, I'm going to make a private variable. I'm going to make it called a float. And I'm going to say this is going to be minimum dist from screen. Very epic. And I will set this to, let's say 1 right now. Then what I'm going to say is I'm going to make a private float max distance from screen All right, and this will equal, let's say, 10. All right, and then we'll make this, and we need one more thing. We'll call this private float, and we'll call this um, distance from screen. Nice and easy. Equals 0. Actually, I'm just gonna, why not? I'll make that 0 right now. Doesn't matter. It's gonna get immediately reset. So now what we need to do is we basically need to find out how far the camera should be zoomed out. And that can be done with a very interesting way. All right, I have an idea. I don't like it though. It's not that bad. So first of all, I'm going to need to make a new variable called let's call it distance between focal. And this needs to be a private float as well. All right, so what this will basically be is how far. Okay, so let me actually pull up Paint for this because it's going to need a little bit of explaining. And I know no one's actually watching this, but I don't care. I'm making this into an actual video, maybe, perhaps. So yes, I'm going to add this in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a screen capture. Let's call it, well, it doesn't matter. Cool. So basically what's going to happen is this. This is player 1. This is player 2. This is a focal point. This is where the camera should be, right? What we're going to do is distance from focal is going to be this. It's going to be that, how far is this line? Then from that, we'll be able to take three-dimensional geometry because let's say this is a tabletop or whatever. Our camera is here looking down at it. If it knows focal distance of this, then it should be able to find the distance from this to the camera by just using a simple formula. Because it knows that it has to reach this far. And if it has to reach this far, that means that, how do I explain this? What would I have to use? I would have to say that I don't know. First step though is to find out the distance or whatever. But you can see what I'm saying. See, that's step 1. Go ahead and make the up. We're going to need to set distance from focal. So this is going to equal player. Okay. So this is just going to be Pythagorean theorem. This is just player 1. Is anyone actually watching? I should probably check that again. Oh, wow. Oh, bots? Um, Um, how do I delete this? There's bots here. How do I remove this? How do I moderate? There we go, moderator view. And it still doesn't let me delete. How do I delete these bots? How? Why doesn't it just have a button that says delete mod or bot or ban or something? Why? Uh, I like how I have two messages and they're both from bots. There we go. Hopefully that doesn't happen again, because that sucks. Anyway, back to making this. So we're going to say distance from local. So this is just Pythagorean theorem. So this is just going to be um, wait a second. It depends on where they actually are, doesn't it? Because if it's negative, then the value would be negative. Dang it. Well, I guess I can take the absolute value because it doesn't matter then. So transform dot position dot x math f. Oh wait, I guess this depends on how far. Dang it. So that takes the absolute value of this. But if player 2 is, dang it. Oh, well that makes my life a lot easier. There's literally a function for this. This equals player 1. This equals distance. What was the function called again? It's called vector2 distance. Between player 1 dot transform dot position. And then I need to say comma player 2 dot transform dot position. Go ahead, put the semicolon on there. I'm going to go ahead and just make a debug.log. And I'll make this distance from focal. I know this isn't correct yet because I just want to see if it'll be negative or positive. Let's see, will it actually work? Oh, because I still have that on, I have to turn this off. Give me a moment. I need to turn off player 2's debug.log by deleting it. Now it should work. Let's see, what do we got? So that's the distance, and that increases. And yeah, right now it's positive. It looks like it's always positive, which is nice. That makes my life so, well, not really much easier because I could just use absolute value, but it's nice. That makes my life easier. Let's just leave it at that. Now I do need to divide this by 2. All right, so now we have the focal point distance. Now we just need to use basic trigonometry to figure out how far it goes. So first thing I want to know is how far apart do we see? Because right now, if we maximize on play, you can see that we can see out all the way to here. But how far is that? Let me go ahead and duplicate some more ground. I think it's this. Yeah, that looks about right. So at about 15, you can see a sliver of it. I assume if I click on the actual camera, it'll tell me if I'm being completely honest. So camera, projection, field of view is right now at 60. Let's narrow that down to 50. And I should still be able to see it, if I'm correct. No. Okay. Then where can I see it now? Oh, wait, that was at 10. All right, so I'm thinking. So while this thing is back at 10, its field of view should be changing. Let me set this to 45, because that should mean that in a triangle, the sides would be 2 and 2. Wait, yeah, it would be root 2 over 2, and the, wait, that doesn't make sense. Wait, yeah, it does. This means that this should make a nice formula that is also a happy face. Hopefully, maybe, perhaps. Let's see. Let's figure this monstrosity out. All right. So if field of view is 45, that means at 10, oh gosh, why am I bad? Why am I dumb? At 45, that means that means the side is 10, which means this should be, wait, that means the limit should be 10, right? That means the limit should be equal to that, but it's not. Why am I bad? Because, I mean, think about it. Well, I'm thinking about it because no one else is here. Haha. If you have 2 players and the focal point is at 0, 0, let's say, and the camera is 10 back, that means we should be able to see 10 across, right? Because it's a 45-degree angle. Apparently, field of view doesn't mean that. Then that begs the question, what does field of view mean? How far back do I have to zoom out the camera in order to do that? And I can't even use the maximize on... 60 isn't the right answer either. So 60, that's too far, right? Yeah, then we can see it there. Let me set this to 15. 15, please. Set the Y to 0.5. I said 0.5. I said 0.5. Wait, I can set it to 0. What am I doing? I'm dumb. So now, once this hits 10, so this should still be wrong, right? Yeah, we can still see the side of this. Also, something like this will explain why we have the tether mechanic later. Also, I can already see someone doing a challenge on this where they try to beat it without tethering. I mean, it's too much of a novelty not to do. The question is, when will someone do it? Probably after I finish, or 50,000 years into the future, because no one's gonna play this piece of garbage. Oh gosh. Either way. Wait, the player doesn't even get their boost back when they touch the other player. Oh wait. Oh no. I I could change that, and I probably will, but I'm not changing that tonight. All right, so let's figure out how much I need to change this focal point or this field of view. How about 58? Let's see how that works. I assume this won't reach because it was right on the edge. Yeah, that doesn't reach. Let's change this to 59. Okay, that barely reaches. Wait, what am I doing? It doesn't even matter. Well, I guess it really does. Yeah, this actually does kind of matter. Here, let me do this. Oh, wait. This will probably break our essential for you guys. Let me see, does it? No, it doesn't. You guys can't see the... Yeah, that's a problem. The problem is people can change the window depending on how they want. Like I can move it back and forth. Whoa! So I'll have to figure out a way to actually lock the aspect ratio or whatever. Let me guess. There's a thing that literally says lock aspect ratio. No, there is not. What does this do? That does something. I'm not sure if I'm interested in what. Whatever. I can fiddle with this later. Right now I should just make this into an actual working thing and make this correct. So I'm going to go ahead and make, so that divides that in half. That actually works. And with the distance, I should make distance from screen equals distance from focal divided by 2. Wait, what? All right. Actually, I guess it should just be distance from focal. Honestly, because I'm already basically using a 45-degree angle, so yeah. Let's see how that works, just for the heck of it. Ooh, one thing I should do though, I do need to cap this on this. If, I need to say, if distance from focal is less than min distance from screen, then I'm going to say distance from screen is equal to min distance from screen. I'm going to say else if distance from focal is greater than max distance from screen, then I'm going to say distance from screen is equal to maximum. And finally, I'm going to say else if, or I'm just going to say else in this case, else if, then I'm going to say distance from screen equal distance. All right, cool. That should work. Oh wait, I do need to finish this off though. I do need to say this is distant from screen, and there we go. Now it should be pretty much set. Let's see how it works, or more importantly, how it doesn't, because no way this actually works like I want it to. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Yeah, I see some problems with this. Let's multiply that by like 2. Wait. I didn't even have to divide it by 2. All right, let's see. That zooms in pretty far. I feel like that should be about the minimum. I don't know. I feel like I can zoom out a little bit farther. I'll set this to like 5 and then this like 20. Let's see how that works. Oh, and one thing, this should be like multiplied by like 1.5. All right, let's see how this works. Or more importantly, how it doesn't. I think it still zooms in pretty far. Wow, it zooms in. It can zoom out though. I don't really want it to zoom out that far. Um, yeah, that's a little too far. So let's set that to like 15. Let's set this to like 10. Let's see how it works. Yeah, I like that. Even when they're together, it still gives you a nice overview. It's a little more personal though, lets you see them a little bit better. Honestly, I'm happy with that. For the for tonight, we've actually done a lot. We've made 2 players, we made them move, jump. We haven't included the tether ability though, so that's kind of sad. But I mean, I'm pretty happy with that. Should I keep going though? That's the question. I'm gonna save though. I'm saving right now. Hmm. Should I make the tethered ability tonight? I mean, I'm not gonna play Origami King, probably. I'm not gonna finish that challenge tonight. I already had, oh, I had to delete my, dang it. Whatever. So, I guess I should keep on going. Maybe. I don't know. No one's watching right now. Maybe I should actually send out a link to people so maybe they'll actually see it. Ooh. Can I send out a link though? Twitch is so much more difficult to use than YouTube. All right, let me go ahead and send this to Discord. All right, sweet. A link has actually been sent out. Now people might actually come because no one is here right now. Wait, 4 people are here right now. What? However, 4 people here right now. That is surprising. All right, cool, whatever. So yeah, now we have working players. If anyone has missed it, they run, they can move. You have a camera that can zoom out. The camera can zoom in. The player can't jump when they're on the ground, but once they're off the ground, oh, that's incredible. You can stack them, destroy them, and all that fun stuff. It all works. This doesn't though. So I guess I should actually introduce the tethered mechanic since you know that's kind of a whole big deal, right? Ugh. That's gonna be fun. I'm actually not sure what I'm gonna do for this exactly. Hmm. So if anyone's wondering what the tethered mechanic actually does, it'll essentially, how do I put this? It's basically going to be the bubble mechanic from New Super Mario Bros. U or Wii, but better in every way because it's not that, and I'm not copying that. This is going to be its own unique thing. It just happens to, it'll be basically able to clip through walls and whatnot, but you'll be held onto a rope, so you won't be able to like fly off into the distance or anything like that. So yeah, I guess in order to do that, hmm, I'll have to get a reference between the two players. That way I can actually tell whether they're working or not. Huh. Well, I guess the best way to do this would be to include a. Hmm, I have a couple of options, I guess is the best way to put it. I feel like the best way to do this is with, you know what, why don't I zoom out this so you might actually be able to see it. Nope, you still can't read it at all. It still looks like random letters and words, because it is. So should I put this in player controller? I feel like I should. So first of all, I should have a state. I'm going to put this in a new thing. I'm going to call this private state. Or I'm going to call this private int state. And this will be typically set to 0. Wait, what? Oh, I was wondering why it wasn't working, and that's why. All right, so private int is state, and then I'm going to basically say if state equals 0, then all of this stuff cool. Oh, state equals 0. That's a mistake. There we go. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if it is not 0, or if state equal 1, equal 1, then I'm going to basically do this. There we go. What I want to do is I want to basically give them free range as long as their distance is less than float range. I'm going to call it rope range, just so it's easier to see. And I'll set this to 15. Let's just say 15 for right now. OF. So then what I'm going to say, if distance between the two players So I do need to get a reference to player two's transform, which means I need to make a serialized. I basically need to get a serialized game object, and I'll call this player controller 2 or player 2. All right, so now we can get access to him. Then we're going to say if I can just copy the distance thing from over here. If vector2 dot distance dot distance, and that's the distance between these two, which will be transform dot position, and player 2 dot transform dot position. If all of this is less than, and I'll say if this is less than rope range, then what I'll do is I'll allow for this, which will be basically free range. I'll call this float speed. So this is private float. Actually, I should put this above because it's another variable, not a thing. So I'll call this private float range or float speed equals, oh wait, float speed equals, and I'll set this to 2.5 f and semicolon. Oh, oh no. Wait a second. I didn't think this through. You can fly in horizontal directions, but I forgot I have to make something for vertical as well. Okay then, I messed up. That's a problem. All right. So I guess I have to go ahead and edit this. I have to edit the project settings. Horizontal one works. Vertical one, however, doesn't. I can call it vertical one though. So that'll work. Oh yeah, that's also a problem. You know what, whatever, we can fix that as well. Vertical 2. I spelled vertical wrong because I'm dumb. Vertical. Then we're going to go ahead and set this to W and set the negative button. Wait, wrong thing. Set that to S. Set this to W. And yeah, that basically sets that up. I can still use jumping, but I need a new action button. Or maybe that's an interesting idea. What if I don't let the player move down while they're in a bubble? Or while they're winged or tethered or whatever you want to call it. We'll see. What if I don't let them though? What if they want to? That's stupid though. So jumping still works, but whatever. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say vertical. Oh yeah, I need to actually make a variable called vertical. Private. Wait, this needs to be this again. I'm dumb. Why? Float vertical. And the reason, if you're wondering why I'm separating everything, the reason is because I want to be able to actually copy this right over to player 2 when it's ready. So yeah. And let me go ahead and do this. Horizontal, vertical equals input. Wait, why am I doing this? I can literally just copy and paste. Just have to change this to vertical. Vertical 1, and there we go. Transform dot translate vector3 or vector2 dot right times horizontal 1, 1. Wait, no, times horizontal times time dot delta time. Copy this over for the vertical. Up, and this is going to be times vertical. And oh wait, I also need to multiply this by float speed. And there we go. Pretty epic. I like how no one's talked in like the last hour. We're 2 hours in. Oh no. All right. So next step is to actually make it so you can shift between them. If input oh wait. If input dot key down is key code, and the key code needs to be, let's use shift. Just for now. If this is the case, then I'm going to set state. State equals 1. If, then down here, and that should work. Let's see. I'll have to get a reference from here to here. So let me select player 1. We have player 2 now. Dragged it over. There we go. And now, oh wait, that's probably like the worst key to use. Oh yeah, I need to do that as well. Let me change a couple of things because it does work, but I do need to change a couple of things. First of all, this shouldn't be left shift. That's like the most dumb, that's like the worst possible key because that's on the opposite side. I was forgetting that I set player 2 to the WASD, WASD. So instead, I'll go ahead and set this to 0. Huh. Let me just try 0. Hmm. Let me see. That might work. I'm just going to try that. Setting it to keypad 0. And let's see if that works. File. Oh, one other thing. I need to set rigid body to false. I need to set it to false. Rigid body 2D. Set inactive, I think is the right thing that I'll use. Actually, I should do this in this. I was selecting the wrong thing. I should do it here. If this is state 1, then rigid body 2D equals set dot set. Wait, what am I doing? I already have a player RB. I'm dumb. How do you turn it off? Hmm. Is kinematic equals true? I guess I could do this. Player RB equals dot mass equals 0. Wait a second. Oh my gosh, I'm dumb. This whole time player RB has been... Does it not have a find and replace? Oh, player RB. All right, that should fix that. Hopefully. Why am I dumb? That's a good question. What did I set the masses to? I should use a thing. I used a mass of 60, so at the very beginning I should set this as well. Private mass or float mass equals then here I'm going to set mass to player RB dot mass, and there we go. And there we go. Let's see if that works. Has anyone joined in chat as well? No. No one is here. Nope, still falling to gravity. Okay, so mass wasn't the option. Let's try is kinematic. Wait, I can literally just say is using gravity, I think, right? Then I don't even have to worry about this mass. I can just say gravity scale. That makes my life a lot easier. All right, so that should work. Let's see. How much did I break it this time? Hey, let's go. And it goes on forever. You know what? That's fine. For what we're doing right now, that's perfectly fine. How far can I go? Okay, about that far, which is a pretty long range. And I accidentally hit Steam. I do not care about Steam. All right, so I'm going to go over here. Let's set the float speed, or let's set the rope range to about, let's set it to about 10. Let's leave it there for now. Let's see how that works. Wait, it's not working. It's not letting me come back. That's actually weird. It should let me come back. Oh, no, it shouldn't because I set it state to 1. It needs to be set to 0. File save. There we go. What in the world? I don't get what I did wrong there. That should work, right? Okay, it's not working. That's very interesting. Hmm. So what's going on? Let me first start off by putting down here state. Debug.log. So right now I'm in state 0. I hit numpad 0 and nothing. I can jump really weirdly though. But I'm always in state 0. Oh, that explains everything. When I hit 0, it or when I hit 1, okay, for anyone in chat, which I know there's no one right now, yeah, no one's here. When I set up it as two things. I said an if statement, if state equals 0, then go ahead and if they press down keypad 0, switch their state over to 1. But then immediately after it, I have an if statement that if it's 1, then do this. Oh my gosh. No wonder. Okay, that explains it, but how do I fix it? Because if I go ahead and put 1 up here, then it'll just switch back to 0, and then you have the same problem, but in reverse. I need to have a delay. But I thought you couldn't use wait for seconds in here. I thought you had to use a coroutine for that. I guess I can use a coroutine. A very simple one. So let me go ahead and add in a private float. Float. Let me actually make this on its own line. Private float delay time. And I'll set this to 0.1 seconds. All right, then down here, also this should be capital D, capital D. So basically what I'll do is I'll say, also I should make a float called private bool. Actually, this should be a boolean. Can switch states equal false. Actually, I should set this to true. Or start it off as true, I mean. So wait for seconds. I think I need to say yield, return, wait for seconds, delay time. I don't remember this exact thing. I've I've never been good with coroutines. Yield return. Oh, it's new wait for seconds. Of course. How could I be so dumb? Then I can set that to delay time. And then I'll say can switch states equals true. Cool, that works. So then once you actually switch, what I'll say is I'll say can switch states equals false. And can switch states and can switch states. All right, after that I need to start coroutine. Start coroutine. And the coroutine is delay. All right, I do not remember how to use the start coroutine function because it's dumb, or I'm dumb most likely. Oh, I have to put this in parentheses. Delay. There we go. Is it this? I think it's this. Do I need to put it in parentheses? I can't tell. Where do I go? No. Wait, what? Wait, in print? I don't know. says this is wrong. Let me try this. That looks like it works as well. Let's try that. All right. File, save. All right, let's see what happens. Okay. Yes. 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 Perhaps. And if I go like this, then yes. It's good. It's good. And that's exactly what I want. Yes. Definitely. We got it. So now what we need to do is we need to put restraints on the rope. So that way we can't go flying. And the way we can do that is, oh wait, no, that's fine. I have to use a vector 2 towards it. But I can do that easily. That's pretty easy. So what I need to do is, if not, if vector 2, or if, yeah, else if blank, do that, yada, yada, yada. So in the case where this is greater than rope range, I'm going to go ahead and say vector 2, or I'm going to say wait, no, I'm going to say player RB, yeah, dot add force in vector, and I need to do this in vector 2 player, wait, no, I need to say transform dot position dot position times player 2 dot transform dot position. And that should go ahead and add a force towards the player. Wait. That should be minus, not multiply. Okay. Did not do anything. Did I save? Okay, still zooming out to the distance. Let me just try saying vector 2 left or right times -1. Let's see if actually influencing the rigid body when it doesn't have gravity does anything, because that could be the problem, because I did remove, the gravity. Kind of an important part of, the rigid body. Hmm. Yeah, I think that might be it. Even if I like add on an absolute ton of zeros, that should still not do anything because I set the gravity to 0. Oh, no, that did something. Let me try holding right because that was upwards. Nope, nope, that's doing something. Okay, definitely doing something. So that's transform dot position minus player 2 dot transform dot position. And let's just multiply that by a bunch. Because who knows, maybe it'll do something. And at the very least, it'll show us what direction it's going to be going in. And besides, this is going to show, what this is supposed to represent is this is supposed to represent the other player tugging on the rope or being held back by the rope. And as I expected, it's towards the player. Let's just lower that a few hundred. Let's see what 100 looks like. Whoa. That was not what I was expecting. What in the world? He just zooming. I think I might have the answer backwards. Let me just try holding right here. Yeah, it's backwards. That explains it. Why is it constantly adding the force though? That's what I don't get. Let's try changing the force mode. That might actually help it. Let's set it to force rather than default. No, because it's still a constant force. I guess maybe impulse would be better here. Let's see how that works. Now I do know impulse is a lot stronger, so I might go flying, but it's all in the name of science. No, it's still applying it over such a long amount of time. Hmm. Yeah. Having it as impulse force should work. Maybe it's just too much force. Let me just try it one. See what that does. Hmm. Still not really what I'm looking for. Hmm. What can I do? Hmm. I might be able to use velocity change, but I'm not sure how well that'll work either. I just don't get why it's not instant, like, I have it set to impulse, but maybe I need to use drag. Let me try that. Let's see what that does to this. nothing. How do I do this, man? Like, using jump power, that works. Using the jumping, I mean, it's a jump. Then again, it has a force against it. Here, there's no force against the player. But that doesn't make any sense because the force stops after it. Well, I guess I could technically be doing that with the rigid body. Ooh. You know what? I think that's right. I shouldn't be using the transform.translate function. I should be using the add force function. It won't be as precise, but it won't be as weird as this. So I'm going to say player RB dot add force and the way I want this to go is horizontal or a new vector 2 of horizontal comma vertical. And I guess this will look better with like wings times float speed times time dot delta time. And this will add a counteracting force. Let's see how that works. I broke something. Let's go. Interesting. What did I do wrong? Horizontal and vertical. That is weird. So it's set to 0 right now. We set it to 1, and we can't go upwards. If we go over here, let's get you out of the way. And we float. And we still have a constant force applying to us. Nope, that did not fix the problem at all. That just broke that. All right, that should fix that. So now I can actually use this again. Yep, and this still is broken. It's weird. Like, what is it even doing? Why is it? If I run through this, it says player RB dot add force, and it adds force in the direction of player 2's transform position minus our transform position. And it uses that as its direction. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I need to set this as a new vector 2. Let's see what that does. It shouldn't do anything, but it might normalize it. Yeah, doesn't make sense. I'm literally holding right 15 seconds after, and I'm still going to the left. And the other player has more influence. I think it's the gravity. It's the only thing that makes sense. What do I do? How do I make this? Oh wow, someone's actually here. Hey, iMaster, welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. I probably missed your message for like 15 minutes, but yeah, I'm streaming this on Twitch, not on YouTube, because it's really different from Twitch or from, as you might have noticed, I'm programming here or attempting to, which is kind of different. How in the world am I going to do this, though? All right, this is some documentation. Let me see how this actually works. Let me just multiply this by a really small number. Let's see what that does. All right, I am now stuck in a wall. Okay. Huh. Maybe that's it? No. Huh. I don't get it. There we go. Oh. Wait. Force mode dot velocity change? Okay. So I have a couple more options to try. Maybe I need to go ahead and make a countdown so it only does it once. Because I think it's adding a bunch of impulse forces over and over again. So let's go ahead and do this once. So I'm going to say start coroutine. And let's call this one, I don't know. I really don't want to do this. Just there has to be a better way. Can I use the velocity change? No. I don't want to make it just like what I could do is I could just say transform dot translate and just keep it inside of the but that just makes it feel stiff. It doesn't make it feel like a rubber band. How do I make it like a rubber band? Let me just try a coroutine. I'll call it rubber band. I guess I have to add one of these as well. I'll make it a private, what would this be? It wouldn't be a float because this isn't time. A private boolean. I'll call it canceling. Canceling. Nice. But no, it's called canceling. Cansling. And canceling equals false. So I'm going to say yield return new wait for seconds 1. Then I'm going to say canceling equal true. And we'll see how that works. Who knows? Maybe it'll actually, function correctly. Perhaps, maybe. Hey, God of Games. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. Ah, Game World. Nice. As you can see, I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. It's beautiful. Right now, I'm trying to get this force to actually work. Let's see. Ah, exactly what I wanted. Did I still have that multiply effect? Oh, wait. I can immediately move when that happens. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. But I don't want to delete it because let me set it to 0.01 F. Let's see what this does. Because that right now it is, yeah, right now it's just normal. And now it doesn't work at all. Good. Good, exactly what I wanted. I feel like that's a really dumb way to do it. Just delete everything from that. Whatever tools can I use? Inertia. That might be good. Velocity, that's probably better. Was there acceleration? No. Let me try inertia first. See how that actually works. Oh, that's rotational inertia? Oh, and that's a vector too. player 2 minus player RB, no, minus transform dot position. Oh, forgot the semicolon. Let's see what this does. Can't hurt, right? Let me try this. Yeah, that creates more of a jittery effect, something that I really didn't want. Also, why do I move so much faster to the right and left than up and down? I don't get it. This will be gone in like 5 days. I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, I honestly do want to do this. I don't get why I can't just add a simple. I want to just like add a force that just it bam once it just fires and it pushes you back. But if I do that, if I use the add force, it just goes ahead and yeets. It just gives me like infinite adding force. What? He's 15 miles away? No. Is there a way for me to see what the current force is? Hold up. I might have been just really stupid. Player RB current. Hold up. I want to see this. Whatever. Yep, I don't get it. Either way, it works. I can fine-tune this later. But for now, that'll work. I guess I could do that to simulate an acceleration. Actually, yeah, why not? So I have an idea. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm basically setting the velocity to um, the direction of the second player or whatever. And I'm just setting this velocity. But what if I didn't? What if I just said velocity equals velocity plus, or, that could work. But do I want to do I want to waste time doing that? That is the question. Also, I've been doing this for the last 3 hours. Wait, I've been doing this for the last 3 hours? Oh my gosh. What is wrong with me? Well, I'm stopping in like 30 minutes then, because I did not expect to spend 3 hours on this. Let's put it that way. Okay, so I think that might be what I do. I think what I can do is I want to know how much velocity is being added and if it depends on what that is. So let me actually make a debug statement. Give me a second. Sorry about that. So what I want to do right now is I want to make a debug.log statement of my velocity, see how much I'm actually getting. So let me go ahead, .velocity. Then I can actually start to set it. File save. Go back to Unity. All right, so we're going to head over here. Might as well. So let's see. I have another debug state. I already have which state I'm in. I need to remove that. Debug.state. Remove that. It's dumb. It's not dumb actually, but I'm going to call it dumb because it's dumb. All right, so we're going to go like this. Okay. So yeah, right now it can get down to about 10, -10. That's about its best. -10, comma 0, comma 0.0. So what if we divide that by 10? So -10 should be its maximum. So what I can do here is actually do this. Private float velocity change multiplier. I don't know. I'm going to set this to 0. So then what I'll do is down here, okay, so this is the velocity. So I guess I can set it to its current velocity. So it should be multiplied. Well, then it would be, I guess that makes sense. So it's being multiplied by, yeah. So it's being multiplied by velocity change multiplier. And velocity is being added to if velocity change multiplier is less than 10, or I guess it's less than 1, then go ahead and, I don't know, velocity is plus equals, yeah, plus equals 1. Or I guess 0.1 times time dot delta time. Wait. My brain. I've been online for too long. All right, so the velocity change multiplier should be increasing by 1, not every frame. You know what? I can do this. That'll work. Then, when this is true, if, wait a second, did I mess this up? Is greater than 0. I can go ahead, copy and paste that. File, save, let's see if this works. I have no idea if this is going to work or not. So if I zoom out here, it just stops me in place. Hmm. What did I do wrong? Just stops me in place. Oh, because I don't have this here. This still needs to be here. In fact, this can be outside of this. Then this can be deleted here. And yeah, that should work. And that'll cause it to slowly speed up and slow down and all that stuff. Hopefully, perhaps. It does not. Did I not save? That's probably what happened. No, doesn't look like it. Also, I want to lower the rope range a little bit to about maybe 7.5. It's a little long right now. All right. So why isn't it working? Let's see. So I say player rigid body velocity equals player 2 minus that times the velocity change multiplier. Then I say if the velocity change multiplier is greater than 0, then subtract 0.01. If it's less than 1, then add that much. I don't get it. Let me try this. Let me debug.log this. At least it looks better than last time, or than the last iteration. Why isn't it adding it here? Maybe it's because of this. Maybe it's because then we get our input back. Oh, no, it's because of something I did before. There we go. Done. Fixed. Something stupid I put in before came back to haunt me. We won. That's it. See? Works perfectly. Wait, what? See? Perfectly. Okay, I don't actually know why that happened though. Right now, it says my velocity is 0, so shouldn't it not be moving me? What's going on now? If state is equal to 1, then gravity is 0. You take the player rigid body, you multiply it by that. What if I put this at the end? That's something I should have done at the beginning. I should just had this at the end. I don't think that'll do anything really. I think it's a bigger underlying problem, but it's a start. This should be put at the end. Why is it going backwards? It just has like a force that's being applied to it constantly. I don't get what's going on. So I know it's not changing the velocity change multiplier, because then I would be able to see it. Hmm. Let's just see what happens if I do this. Let me make sure it's not that method. It is that method. Why is it this method? That's why it's this method. Because I never put parentheses around that. Maybe. I think that's what it is. Has my stupidity been here the whole time? Is that what it is? I think it is. Let's see. How big of a dumb am I? A really big dumb. Okay. That solves a lot of problems. Next up, this doesn't actually matter. I can get rid of this else if. Oh wait, no I can't. I deleted this, that's a problem. Okay. What I can do is this. I can take all this, Control X, and bring this out here. Because now you'll have more freedom when you're out, but it'll still be pulling you back in. Now it brings me back in. It slows down until I'm constantly being pulled in. I'm going out. It's pulling full force, and I cannot escape it. But I can move around it. Also, I'll be honest. I think this works really well. Because now, if you've escaped, one thing that you would be able to do normally is an infinite jump to escape. Now I'll still let you infinite jump where you can jump, tether, jump, etc., like the infinite jump in Mario that I used in the Groundless Challenge, sort of, because that's the best way to describe it. Hey, Game World, glad you can make it back. I figured out how to make it. Is it right? Anyway, let's actually. I think I did. I don't think it's the way that I probably should have. I think there's probably some Unity method that's way better, but it works. So now I'm going to go ahead and add in the next thing, which is I want to refresh the charge jump. And this is a really hard thing to do. It's so incredibly difficult. Like I don't even know how I could even do this. It's so incredibly like seriously. Like this is so difficult. Watch how much I have to do to make it so it charges my jump. All right, done. Actually, that's wrong. I should have it here. All right, cool. There you go. You can now jump out of this. So yeah, let's see if this actually works. I can fly upward. It works. It gets harder as you go upward, but you can do it. So you got bam. All right, so you go ahead, unpause, jump, pause. It works. I like it. What? With a name like that, I assume what you're talking about is some sort of anime, but I don't watch anime, so I don't know what it's about. And now I'm scared. Honestly, I'd be fine to call it a night now because let's be honest, this is a lot of cool stuff. Well, I'll say it's a lot of cool stuff. You can believe whatever you want. I'm not your dad. Why did it feel like my jump's weak? No, they're the same. That works. Now I could call it a night here, and that would be the smart thing to do. It's a game, but yeah, it's anime style. I knew it. Haha, I called it. But yeah, so I could call it a night now. On the other hand, I could do the exact same thing for player two's controller. In fact, that would be pretty easy since there's not much I have to do. I just have to copy and paste a whole bunch of stuff. That's literally all I have to do. I'm gonna save all first. Make sure I don't do anything dumb. I'm scared. I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? All right, so if this is all true, should end at charge jump equals false. And it does. So I can just put this all in if state equals 0. Well, first thing I should do is I should copy over all these variables that I made. Cool. And of course I need to change player 2 to player 1. Actually, I'm going to leave it as player 2 because I'm going to switch it over with um, thing. You'll see. If can switch states, if can switch states, wait, I'm dumb. I've literally messed up already. If state equals 1, I should say. Or if it equals 0, why am I being bad? Stop being bad. It's if equal. Why am I dumb? Sometimes your brain is just so big that English doesn't exist, and neither does your brain because it is everything. That's not my brain. My brain's just too small to exist, but we're not talking about that now. So then I copy this part over. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Now for everyone's favorite game. How stupid can I be? The answer may surprise you, as it's less than you'd expect. All right, so I switch that over to left shift. All right, next I need to insert the if state equals 1 statement. Copy and paste that. Wrong, stop. There we go. Then I need to copy over the delay statement. Where did I put this? I put it right above fixed update, so right here. And yeah, left shift. Then I'm going to go ahead and control F and find player 2. And how many are there? I just want to check. It looks like there's 4 of them. All right, let's try that. Save it all. And hopefully this is right. Wait, before I get started, I do have to give a reference to player 1. There you go. Nothing's broken yet. Now something is broken. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. That's what it is. This needs to be horizontal 2, and this needs to be vertical 2. Cool. I think that's right. That should fix it. Ah! Da 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 da. Moon theme starts playing from DuckTales. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I don't think my gravity ever gets reset. Does it? I don't think it does. Ah, I'm right. My gravity does never get reset. Does it? If state equals 0. Yeah, that's what it is. Kind of important to, have gravity. I should have realized that. On the other hand, I'm stupid. All right, let's see. Does that work? I think it will. And if I do this, it pulls me in. And we can have them both flying. Like in Mario. No, in Mario, just like in Mario, you're only going to be allowed to have one at a time, but I'm going to save that for tomorrow since it's 1 in the morning. And I think we did enough tonight. I mean, look at this. It's beautiful. Honestly, I'm pretty happy of what happened. Like, now you're able to do this. Ye and, it works. I'm pretty happy with it. And I'm going to work on some of the other stuff later, probably tomorrow, if I get to it. I might do some stuff with Origami King tomorrow. Who knows? But overall, I think that's pretty good for tonight, at least. Also, I've wasted 4 hours of recording space. Oh gosh. This is probably going to be really expensive on my hard drive if I want to actually, record everything. I don't think I'm going to be able to record literally everything. Or maybe I put it all on YouTube as a playlist. But on the other hand, that's really stupid and I shouldn't do that. Honestly, I don't know. Like, I have the stuff saved, but do I really need to save it? I don't know. I'm conflicted about that because I have all the footage. I can record it, I can save it, but for what? Maybe I'll just do it in weekly videos or something. At the end of each week, I'll show the progress off or something. I don't know. I'll keep the footage for now, though. Can't hurt. All right. But yeah, let me go ahead and save everything, close everything down, save all. I'm going to go over here, save this. Actually, before we go, I want to export this. I want to build it and actually put it up on itch.io. Nah, not yet. It's nowhere near done yet. Like, not even the full basic mechanics are done yet. And I think I want to save it for another video. Who knows? Maybe at the end of next stream or something. Either way, I think I'm about done for the night. So thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Goodbye. All right, and we should be live. Welcome everyone back to Tethered. Woo! It exists. Isn't that incredible? Absolutely phenomenal. We can go ahead and tether ourselves. Jump. Not when we're on the ground. It actually works. What do you know? It's not completely broken. We get pulled back in if we're too far away. It just yeets us this way. It works. Wow, isn't that incredible? But we do have a few problems. For one, we still get caught up on the background, on the ground. And I could fix this in two major ways. Way one is to set our collision to like is kinematic or something. But that's really dumb. Also, welcome to the stream, Harry, Mario, and TV. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, we can move and groove. Now, so I could go ahead and do that. But on the other hand, I could move the player forward. And I could do something like this. I could go ahead and make it in the... I should actually do this in the player controller script. Actually, I should do this in both of the player controller scripts, but I'll do it in one first. I'll basically set their vector free off the 2D plane. And that'll make it really easy to work with. So I'll go ahead and set player 1. When I go ahead and switch, where do I have this? I should have this right here. If state 0, then state 1. I'll go ahead and say position transform dot position dot, or I should say equals vector free or new vector free. And then I'll set this to transform dot position dot x comma transform dot position dot y, and then I'll set it to the z position of 1. That way it's actually floating off of the thing. Copy this over so when I actually switch back, it'll put me back into the universe. This should be in, yeah, right under state 0. And set this to 0. Then for player controller 2, I'll do the same exact thing. I could just update the layer that it's on or something, or turn off collision, but this is cooler because then it'll actually look like it's flying off the page. And I think this will actually be better. So what we're going to do here, I'm going to go up here when I hit state 1. I'm going to go ahead and do the same exact thing. And when I go back, I'll do the same exact thing. Wow, it's almost like they're the same controller, but I did it twice because I have to have multiple controllers for multiple characters. Isn't that absolutely phenomenal? All right, so save that. Oh, I should probably save all. Wouldn't that be incredible if I did that? Actually did my programming correctly, and of course it's not working very well. Okay, now it is. Hit save all. That might work a little bit better. Correct, I am going to do that. I am going to that's today's goal. I'm going to add a rope. Also, why is my thing seriously having a trouble connecting to Twitch? Please tell me RE Central is still working. It is. I'm going to try opening a new tab. And there was a network error. Great. All right, let me try opening this on my phone. Maybe that'll work better. Let's see. Can I see it here? Yes. But it's behind. Hopefully it's still okay. Nope, it looks like it crashed. All right. In that case, I'm resetting Twitch. All right. Looks like I'm back. For some reason, RE Central just decided it didn't want to exist anymore. So it decided to turn off. So for some reason, everything just went away. Cool. I'm sorry for all of that. RE Central is having a problem, I guess. I'm assuming I corrupted my data file. Yep, corrupted my data file. Woohoo. I've never had it corrupt this often. Honestly, it might be Twitch, because I have been having problems with Twitch. At the same time, I don't feel like this is good for YouTube, so oh well. I'll have to figure out what's going on. So I don't know how long I was out, but now we got ourselves working characters. They don't fail that they can't recharge their as I was saying, they can't recharge their jump by running into the wall like they used to. Except they apparently they can. One moment. I need to change this to 2 then. Well, would you look at that? We're back here again. Woohoo. I went ahead and started the ropes script. And by start, I mean I literally just did basically nothing. I started it. It exists now. But that's about it. I hate when stuff like that happens. Alright, it looks like it's working now though. Cool, it works. Alright, let's make this. So it's time to actually make the rope. So we need to start with let me go ahead and actually make this a thing over here so I can actually basically copy it. Because there really isn't much difference because this is literally just a rope. There's a guy who I'm watching called Jason 8, and I'm going to be using his rope design. So I guess check him out. So first of all, we need a private line renderer. And then we're going to name this line renderer. So this is what's going to actually render our line. Wow, who could have guessed? With a name like that, I couldn't have. Then we're going to make a private list, which is going to have all the segments of a rope. And we're going to make it of type rope segment. And we're going to call this, that's unnerving. Oh, that's down there. That's why, okay. So we're going to have to use a structure. I do not understand structures. Then again, I'm stupid, so what do you expect? Well, I just haven't had experience with it. Like I keep on calling myself stupid, but I really am not. I just am horribly inexperienced. Hence why this is going so poorly. Also, I think it's RE Central's fault, but that's just me. So now we're going to make a struct public structure, and we're going to call this rope segment. In this structure, we're going to include a public vector2, and we're going to call this position of now, or position now. Then we're also going to make a public vector2, and it's going to be its past position, so position old. And this is just so that we can simulate the physics. Public rope segment vector2 position. So I'm going to use this dot position now is equal to position. Then we're going to say this position old equals position as well. Cool. All right, I messed up already. Rope segments should be equal to a new list of rope segments. So need to change that a little bit. Next, I'm going to make a float so I can say how much distance is between each segment. And the guy who I'm watching, he set it to 0.25 to start with. So I'll do the same. I can adjust it from here, but I do need some sort of reference. So yeah, I'll use that. So in the start, I need to set the line renderer to line renderer. I'll use this, even though I don't think you really need to, because that's what he's doing. I'm not experienced enough with structures or anything like that to actually. I'm not branching out yet. I could, but I'm not. I feel like that's a bad idea. Well, I know that this doesn't matter here, so I can actually remove that. I know that. I'm not completely stupid. Get component. And the component I need is a line render. So now I need, because I don't know how to use the line render and I don't know how to use the structs. All right, so next he goes ahead and adds in a rope start point. What he's doing is he's making the rope follow the player's mouse. So I don't need to do that because the rope's going to be following the two players. So that isn't necessary. I know that much. So we basically made a vector free for that. I don't even know if anyone's actually watching. Like right now it says that I have 3 people, but I don't know because honestly it might just be from my Twitch or whatever. So I don't know. If you're watching, feel free to chat. I'm checking every so often, so yeah. So now what I need to do is I need to make a for loop. For this, I need to do this. So int I equal 0. I is less than segment length, or I guess this would be seg AMT for me because I abbreviate. It's just what I do. You would go, so this is going to go through the line. Actually, one thing I can do is I can make a vector free, and I will call this rope start point. And I will set this equal to player one dot position, or I guess transform dot position. All right. So then what I need to do is I need to say rope, this rope segments dot add. I need to add a new rope segment. And I need to add this at rope start point. Oh, so this is basically setting all the rope starting points where these end. Minus equals. Dot y. All right, let's see how that works. All right, so now I need to make a new method called private void draw rope. I know this is probably pretty slow and boring for you guys, but I just don't know how to make a rope. It's a hard thing to do. Okay, so now I basically am going to draw the rope. Okay, I get it. Sort of. So now I need to make a rope thickness. So I'll make this a float. I'll call this line width. And I'll set that equal to 0.1 f. Go down here and draw rope. I'll go ahead and say float. Wait, what? You know what? Whatever, I'm not going to question it. For some reason, he's setting the float line width equals this line width. Seems kind of redundant to me, but what do I know? This is the first time I've done this, so Alright, so now I need to set its end width to the same thing. So what else do I need? Alright, so now he's writing a for loop. I'm gonna let him go for a second before I type down what he's saying. I wish I did know more about this stuff so I didn't have to copy as much, but I don't know. Still the first time I've done this. Right, do that. Do this. Then make a for loop. Alright, that's that. So now I need this. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm gonna make a mistake and then I'm gonna have to debug this monstrosity. All right. All right, so that should hopefully work. Hopefully this works. Please. Oh, wait, one thing I do need to do is I need to actually make a line renderer object on here. Okay. Interesting, interesting. So if that's a line, that'll work. That's decent. No one's chatted yet. I feel like most likely no one's actually here. Yeah, no one's actually here. Because no one's chatted for like the last half hour. You're a vet or it's a very quiet stream. Both are very possible. All right, so now I actually need to simulate the rope. Oh gosh. That was only half the equation. All right, I guess it's time to simulate the rope then. All right, so that's that. Next, I need to make a for statement. So for int I equals 0 equal or I is less than segment amount. Then what I need to do is I plus plus. All right, so I assume this is going to be updating the position of each of these points. You say rope segment first segment equals this dot rope segment And I need to select the one, which is I currently. Vector 2. Vector 2. Velocity. And that equals the first segment. Dot position now. Minus first segment. Dot position old. All right. That makes sense. All right, so now I need to say first segment dot position old is now equal to first position or first segment dot position now. Then I say this first segment dot position now plus equals velocity. Okay, so that essentially just adds the velocity. It finds out what its previous velocity was, sets a new velocity to move it. Excuse me. All right, he also goes ahead and adds in a vector 2 for some reason for the force gravity. I guess it's because of that. Zero F comma negative 1 F. All right, so that's the force of gravity. So I'm assuming he's going to add that to the velocity. Yeah. So it's going to be first segment dot position now equals or plus equals force gravity times time dot delta time. All right, cool. Hopefully this doesn't burn. Wait, there's more. All right, so he sets this dot and he chooses I, of course, equals Um, First segment. Ah, still no one's here. Oh well. All right, so let me see how this works right now, just to test. Not very well. Well, I might have more physics actually right now. I think that's what the end of a tutorial is. One thing I want to do though really quickly is I want to make a new material. So let me do that. So let me go ahead and make a new material. Wait, that isn't right. It's not a physics material. It's a regular material. Create material. There it is. Call this rope. Give it a nice brown. This is obviously not going to be a full thing. I don't really want it to be shiny. Let's not mess with this right now. Let's go ahead and put this here. All right, that should fix that. That should make a nice rope. That is very dark. Let's go ahead and make that a little brighter. Hopefully this isn't a problem like one of the things that I did. It looks like it might be. Please don't be. One thing I did, I tried to test something and the model would always come out black. And the best it can do here is gray. Great. Maybe it's bat. Hopefully it's bat. Please tell me it's not just, let's make it a nice bright red. Is there even a hint of red in there? Like the slightest hint. It's like it drove, it's like it was the rope was transported in a truck near something red. Let me make it completely metallic and smooth. Nothing. Let me try this. First of all, if I do that, it should just make the rope pink again. Or not. In that case, I'm removing you. Okay, that worked. Let's see if I add the material, will it actually use it? No, it gives me the black rope. The best it can do is gray. Why? Oh, that works. Whatever, I'll go with it for now. I can always adjust it later. I'm assuming no one's here still. Correct. No one is here. All right, let's wrap up with these ropes. So this is where? So this is still, no, this isn't in this class. This is out of this class. This is like here, or method, I mean. So I'm gonna make this private void apply constraints. So I need to do this. Rope segment, first segment, equals, and I need to set this to this. I need to set it to this dot rope segment. This dot rope segments, and it needs to be the first one. And then first segment dot position now. And then this needs to, for me at least, because I'm doing something a little bit different, I need to set this to player one dot position or transform dot position. And I need to set this dot rope segment 0 equals first segment. Right, now I need to actually make another for loop. Honestly, I think I'm just going to drive through this. I do want to do everything on camera, but I don't think anyone's watching right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and just get through making this rope segment. All right, now I need to do this. Take the distance, set that equal to the first. How do, honestly, I'm just surprised people know this much. Like how to make a rope this exact. All right, so this should stop some of the problems. All right, float error is equal to math dot or math f dot absolute value of distance minus this dot rope segment. Rope segment length. Oh, there's literally a vector 2.0. Oh, well, that makes my life a lot easier on some things. I didn't realize that existed. All right, hopefully, I think this is almost done. What did I do wrong? Oh, That's what I did. Do that, and now I need an else if statement. Let's see, is anyone here? Probably not. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, no. Nobody's here. Change direction equals. Man, I keep on forgetting these parentheses. Alright, that works. Here. Oh my gosh. Why is it so complicated to make a rope? It's just a rope. Ironically, I think making the rope has. I think the rope script is the longest one. I think it's longer than my player controllers, and that's scary. It just keeps going. The rope, it's infinite. At the very least, this guy knows what he's doing. Honestly, I should probably put him in the credits. Because there's no way I would found it out on my own, especially this early. Like, I'll get better as time goes on. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is, like, I want to get a basic thing. And the hard part is the basic thing requires a lot of stuff. Like making light garbage so I can use lights and whatnot. Because I have plans for that in one of the levels. That'll be easy. Well, that might be difficult. But at that point, I'll be able to figure it out with that. I'll know how to use structs. I'll know how to use things. But as of right now, since I don't know anything, and I'm doing stuff like ropes, now more than ever, I need these tutorials. What do you know? Beginners need tutorials. I know, it's a completely incredible idea. But yeah, hopefully this goes well. All right, I need to go ahead and insert what? All right. So now I need to set the second struct to something. The second segment. Now, to be honest, I could have just copied his work. I'm pretty sure he has a literal, yeah, he literally says download source code in his description. But I don't think that helps me. And that's why I'm actually writing this out. If you're wondering why I don't just skip to the end and download it. Because I am sort of learning. I'm realizing stuff about how this is being done. Not so much about the math. That part's going over my head. But a lot of this I am getting. So it will help in the long run to spend this time. The good news is I only have like a minute left of a tutorial to go through. So I don't think he can go through that much unless he speeds up the video, in which why would he do that? So hopefully this goes well. I should probably see if anyone's actually joined. I've probably been just talking to myself. Yep. Oh, wait, no, there's one person. The question is, who? Nope, there's no one. Whoops, I'm wrong. Alright, so what did he do? He hopped back up here. So under this, under simulate, Okay, so right here, he went ahead and said it. For int I equals 0, while I is less than 50. I don't know why you used 50. I thought you would use 35. I plus plus. So he uses this dot apply. This dot apply constraints. All right. Then he goes up here and he makes private fixed update. So here he simulates. And there we go. Hopefully that simulates it. Oh my gosh, that was long. Like I knew it wasn't going to be quick. I just thought it would be, quicker than that. You guys have been looking at this screen for like the last 10 minutes. Ah, it works perfectly. Okay, you okay? Okay then. It works perfectly. Let's see what I did wrong. I assume what's going wrong is the fact that they're interacting with each other. Is like the rope's interacting with the ground, it's interacting with the player, and that's what I think is causing the problem. He actually has a second video where he does some other stuff. It looks like I'm gonna need it. All right, so that works. So what does he do for the second thing? All right, so that's what he does for this. All right, so I can start off by first of all fixing this, so that way when it's applying the constraints, this first one's correct. But then I need to make end segment. And that will be that, but it's segment to length minus 0 or minus 1. Set that to player 2. All right. Let's see, does that fix that? Well, it shouldn't, because it still interacts with the thing. Yeah, still having trouble. Let me zoom out. Oh, yeah, I turned on maximize on play. Nope, not a trace of it. That ain't particularly good. So just to see, I want to put in a couple of empty objects just to test. No, it didn't work. All right, what did I do wrong? And I have 2 points. I have them put in. What did I do? Doesn't look like there's any errors. I don't know. I don't know. Well, I might look at that later. Well, I think I'm going to look at this later. For now, I'll leave it without the rope. I'll probably have to go in and look at it with... That was weird. I'll probably have to like directly compare it or something. So, but I'm not going to bore you guys with that. I'll probably bore you guys if I come back and... Oh, sweet, it still's broken. Well, I think I'm about done for today. I'll have to figure out what's going on with the rope. Figure out everything. But yeah, I think that's about it. Let me go. Actually, before I go, I'm going to submit this to itch.io. So let me go ahead and actually build. So yeah, I'll go ahead and build this. Actually, this will probably take a while, so should I end the stream? I guess I will. Because there's no sense in you guys watching me literally just upload it, because that's just boring waiting. So yeah, I think I'm going to end it here. Hopefully I'll be able to figure out how to fix the rope. Hopefully. But with that, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye. Alright, let's see if it actually lets me be live. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it doesn't crash as much as last time. Yep, looks like it's working. Not really though. Alright, what's going on? I'm live. Why is it saying I'm not? Alright, there we go. It looks like I'm live. Let me move my mouse up to the top right. Now to the top left. Yep, looks like I'm live. Hopefully, maybe, perhaps. Alright, let's see. So it says I'm live there. What if I actually go to my channel now? Go to channel. Alright, there we go. Alright, so I'm live. Welcome everyone back to Tethered. a game that I'm making. Hooray. Last time I left off, I did a bunch of work on ropes. It didn't work. And I know why it didn't work. I finally figured it out. So hopefully this should fix it. So I followed a guy's tutorial, and he did one thing incorrectly that he changed later that I didn't catch. And what he did is in the apply constraints, no, wait, maybe. It's about on line 79. Yeah, here. Vector 2 change amount equals change direction times error. Now here I say that first segment dot position now is minus equals change amount times error, but it shouldn't be that. It should be times 0.5 f. And if I'm not dumb, which I most likely am, this will fix all of my problems. Let's see if I'm dumb now. All right, I need to actually turn Rope Manager on. All right. It has player 1 and player 2. All right. Turn this on, actually. I don't think I actually turned it on. There we go. All right. Moment of truth. Does it freak out? No, it doesn't. Hallelujah. See, I'm not completely dumb, only mostly dumb. And we have a rope that has physics. Yes. Gosh, I spent so long on this. And I was just using a tutorial. Imagine if I did it legit. I will say that the rope looks kind of ugly, not gonna lie. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to change the color of the rope. Well, probably with the color function, but I don't care. That's the problem that I wanted to fix for the longest time. Well, not really the longest time since I did the last episode. But hey, it works. So sweet, now we have a rope between the two players. And now for the fun part. Because cool, we have a rope, but we don't want a rope all the time, right? Like, we only want it when we're tethered. Otherwise, we don't want it to exist. So this is where the fun begins, isn't it? Now, before I start working on that, I do want to make a small couple of changes. For one, I want player 1's and player 2's references to each other to be a find, not a serialized private variable, because one is a serialized private variable and I have to put it in a different level. It's all painful and annoying, and I don't want that. Also, no one's here, so sweet. All right, so what I'm going to do is in player 1's controller, I'm going to do this small little change. All right, so I need to go to serialized field, private game object player 2. I'm going to make this just private, and I'm going to try this. Worst case scenario, I have to do something else, but I'm going to try this first. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say player 2 equals GameObject.find Actually, there's a specific, yeah, it's GameObject.find with a capital G dot find, and then I have to type in the specific name of it, which is player 2. It should be player 2 at the very least. Yeah, literally just player 2. Now, if everything is still stable, that should do absolutely nothing, except make my life easier. Will it do that? Now that's a different question. Hopefully. Alright, so it looks like that still has a reference to player 2. Also, if you're wondering about the length of a rope, we can adjust that later. For now, I just want to see if this works. Also, another thing I want to make sure is, okay, yeah, the rope works most of the time, but if you get too far away, it kind of breaks. Why it breaks? Good question. See, if I fall all the way down here, you can see it sort of breaks. Actually, I think I do know why that happens. There's not enough segments in the rope. And there's a couple of ways I can fix that. I'm going to experiment with that in a second. Let me go ahead and do the same thing that I just did for player 1 for player 2. Just to make my life a little easier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the serialized field off of this. Go ahead and make this in start. Say player 1 equals get component or game object dot find player 1. All right, cool. So that works. So cool. Now they can go away from each other and it still doesn't break completely. Still somewhat breaks, but who cares? All right. So now if I go to player 1, if I look at their script, player 1's controller script says gravity scale set, can jump, charge jump, and ground. All those things are fine. So yeah, that's pretty good. Now, one thing that I could do, I think I'm going to try fixing the camera. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to save and actually, because this is working now, before I touch anything, I'm going to go ahead and make a backup. Assets, export package, export it all. Just in case I completely mess this up. All right, need to go here to Tethered. Go to backups. All right, backup 2. Is anyone here? Let's see. Oh. It looks like RE Central is having a problem. Or is Twitch? I don't know. Let me go ahead and reset this. All right, looks like we're back online. Cool. I don't know why Twitch has this problem. It's really annoying. Honestly, it might be better to make this on YouTube. Just make a completely separate YouTube channel for this. Because this ain't working. Twitch is having a lot of problems and it's really annoying. But yeah, now we have a working character. Now, I like the perspective camera sort of, but here's the thing. It makes doing calculations way harder than it should. And I think if I use an orthographic camera, I think that's what it's called, I'll be able to control it a lot better. So I'm actually going to switch this from perspective to orthographic. So if I make this 1, so 0 is normal. Now here's the problem. So with orthographic, essentially, here, let me actually pull up like paint. Actually, I think you guys can see it. If I go ahead and switch into a 3D viewpoint, this is what orthographic is. It's a box pointing this way. It's a square looking this way. If we go ahead and use perspective, and I actually do that, then it's actually looking. And that's why perspective, moving the camera back and forth, actually works. Because then the camera's closer, it's looking closer. It's like if you put your face against the wall, yeah, of course you're not going to be able to see far around it because your head's right up against the wall. Both orthographic, and once you're farther away, you can see more because you're not up against the wall, like when you're looking over a mountain. That's what we see out of. But when you're using orthographic, it's essentially saying you're looking at this plane of existence. And you're looking at it like words on a sheet of paper. You're not looking at it with eyes. Again, I don't know what the best way to explain it is, but you can sort of see what this is. The question is, how do I actually use this? Actually, it might be better to use 3D viewer. So let me modify size. What does that do? That just increases or decreases size. What I'm worried about is this. When you change the size of a window, then it changes how much of a preview it gives you. If I change that, it still gets modified depending on my size. I'm not sure how to fix that. Let me actually read this, read what these actual things say. That might actually help. Who could have guessed? Maybe the words actually know what they're doing. Let me see. Viewport rectangle. 4 values that will indicate where on the screen this camera view will be drawn. What? That's like the size of it or something. I don't really get that. What does width do? So when it's at 1, that stays. What's a culling mask? Ooh, I can make things invisible to the camera. That's interesting. I actually like that. That gives me ideas. What I really want to know is there something, what I want is something that goes ahead and says, okay, you're so and so, it makes a rectangle. And no matter how far away it is, it keeps that rectangle shape. It keeps that ratio. I guess I could use a script for that, but then I don't know. You know what? I don't think I'm going to mess with it. The perspective works. Besides, it already zooms in and out. What's this? Wait, why is the rope manager an actual thing? It shouldn't be. Wait, I want to see this. If I turn this on, because it's not visible right now. That is weird. The rope is in 3D. That's cool. All right, but enough messing around. What's the next thing that I need to fix? Probably the Innova rope. Yeah, that's kind of a problem, I think. I have a rope, but I don't have it. Like, here's the thing. It shouldn't be on right now. It should be on now. First of all, I want to fix this problem. I know I said I wasn't going to fix it yet, but I changed my mind. So this, once you get too far away, the rope literally gets to the point where it does this. Now, I could fix this problem by making the rope longer, but then you just have more slack when you're closer together. And right now, this is way too much slack. So I think the right option is to make more rope segments, but make them shorter. So let's try that. Let's just mess around a little bit since this is a new sort of section. So let's set segment amount. Let's set that to 100. This should make it unbearably long. Let's see if it does. Well, would you look at that? I was right. The good news is it doesn't do that problem again. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the rope segment length a lot shorter. Let's make it 0.01. This should also make it more taut than before. Let's see how that works. So yeah, now it's extremely taut. I go farther away. Still relatively the same tautness. But, oh wait, no, it still has that problem. But it's really far away now. So if I go ahead and make, I think the next thing I do is, and actually I'm going to make this a little bit longer. Let me make this 0.1. Let me just make that 0.1 for now. Let's see what that does. I just want a rope that feels natural. Like that's way too long. And it has the same problem. On the other hand, it might be another variable, but I doubt it. Because this seems to be fixing it. I do want to kind of apply this the constraint more though. I have a variable that's like apply constraint X amount of times. Also, don't tell me RE Central just died on me. Oh, well, did you look at that? It actually didn't die on me. I'm kind of surprised. So for calculating error, I basically, so let me set this to 1,000. Let's see what that does. That's 20 times more than before. So this might cause more buffering, which is something I'm kind of worried about. Yeah, that causes a lot more buffering. And do I still have the problem? Yes, so that wasn't the problem. In fact, I think I'm going to set this down to maybe like, let's set it to 20. And hopefully that'll reduce some lag later. Because, like, I want the rope to be accurate, but I don't think it needs to be that accurate. I mean, at the end of the day, this is just a small little rope that no one's really going to care about. So right now it should be way more taut. So for the most part, it holds up pretty well, but I need a little bit more rope, I think. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to add more segments and reduce the size of each segment. So let me make it 150 segments, and let me make each segment 0.01. Let's see what that does. Still a little long for my taste. And it still has the glitch, but the glitch is like, you have to be opposite sides of the screen. And honestly, by this point, because if you go off screen, I'm going to kill the player. Oh, dang. Sticky keys. No. I really need to get better controls for this. Why does it feel like player one's jump is way better than player two's? No, they're about the same. That was weird. Honestly, I kind of want to work on depth barriers, but I feel like I'm going to need to work on the actual camera controls before I do that. And actually figure out how to make it so it's only a rectangle. And I think that might actually be in the build settings, so that's not going to be tonight. That could be one thing I do. I could make the player bounce if he jumps on my head. Also, the infinite jump still exists. Just gotta mash shift and 0 enough. And I think it still works. It's really hard to do. Oh, come on. Hey, let's see if it actually works now. Hopefully it works now, because this is getting really annoying. All right, and I'm assuming that because of course it has to. Oh, no, that still actually works. Hold up. What happens if I scroll down? Nope, it still follows me. Okay. So maybe it'll stay working now. I went ahead and refreshed RE Central, so I know it's been breaking a lot. All right, where's low latency? Where's the settings? Because you won't. Why Twitch? Like it says, oh yeah, if you're having buffering issues, Use the low latency toggle under the advanced menu in settings. Oh. Then I go here, I click on settings, advanced. Ah, there it is. Hopefully that fixes it then. All right. Maybe it was sticky keys. I don't know. All right, do that. So let's see, will this disconnect? I'm assuming so. No, it can survive there. In fact, it can survive all the way out here. But it starts to break here. So I think I'm going to go up to about 200 just to be safe. Then for each one, I'm going to make each one 0.005 under the air. Because of how much there is, I don't think air is a problem, I'll be honest. Also, this is getting really annoying to change, so I'm actually going to make a variable for it. I'll call it private int. I'll call this check amount. And I'll make this equal 10 for now. Let's see how this does. So they'll go down here, check amount, file save, and let's see how that looks. Oh, come on! Looks like it broke again. I've had to restart this stream so many times. If Twitch does this one more time, I'm leaving and I'm going to make some separate YouTube channel for this or something. Because this is just so annoying. I don't get why it does this, but it is. And it's so annoying. So one more time, Twitch, and I'm leaving. My gosh. Sorry about that, guys. Well, no one's watching right now, and I don't blame them because of all the problems that Twitch has been having. So, if Twitch cut me off, essentially what's going on is I made this less, so now it should be more exact, and it should be less laggy. It's more bouncy. That's weird. That's extremely weird. Why is it so bouncy? I bet it's because of the error that I messed with. Let me make this 200, or let me make this 50. Let's see if that fixes it. I'm trying to keep this low, so I'm hoping it's not this, and it's just that I had a really long rope. It's not quite as bouncy. Eh, honestly, that works well. It's still pretty bouncy though. Let me make that a little bit larger. Let me make this 75. Let me also go ahead and make this less as well. I'll make this 0.001. Also, the rope stays. And I know if I zoom out more, it probably won't stay, but the fact that I'll have depth barriers there makes it fine. Truthfully, I like this rope. I feel like it should be a little more taut though. And I could do that by either increasing air or I could increase that. Oh, what do you look at that? Twitch is still up. Thank goodness. So let me actually I think I'm just going to increase air or check amount. Let me increase it to about 90. Hopefully this doesn't generate too much lag. Honestly, I don't think it's that. I'm going to boot that back down to 75. Let me actually decrease this some more. 0. That's so incredibly small. 0.0001. Nothing. That's weird. Why is that nothing? That's not good. Why is it so... Let me add another 0. Because, I mean, just making each segment smaller doesn't really do anything. It shouldn't make it more laggy or anything. But it's not really doing anything here. I assume what I have to do is I have to decrease the amount of stuff. But the problem with that is the fact that if I decrease the amount of stuff, then the rope disconnects. I don't know. It's weird. I don't see any difference from with those extra two zeros, so I'm actually going to remove it, put it back to 0.001. Let's see how that works. All right, Twitch is still working. Hasn't completely caught fire yet. You know what? I'll leave that. That doesn't look too bad. And I can always change it later. All right. So now I have to actually do stuff. All right, I have a couple of ideas. So first of all, if I do this, if I go to draw rope in update, if I go ahead and make an if statement that says if something, let's say if foobar e if foobar. Let's just leave it at that for now. I'm obviously going to change that later, but let's leave that for now. If foobar draw rope. I'll make this its own separate thing because this will be on the detection side. So I'll go ahead and make a serialized field, private, Boolean, foobar. File save. All right, Twitch is still working. That's pretty epic. So now what I'm going to do is in Rope Manager, under Rope Manager script, I do have access to foobar now. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the maximize on play. We do that. So right now, okay, that doesn't work. Probably because foobar isn't active. Activate foobar, it works. Unactivate foobar, it stops moving, but it doesn't undraw the rope. Not particularly what I want. And why isn't this? It might be under simulate. So when I go to draw rope, what does draw rope do? To do some debugging. Draw rope goes ahead and does float line width, this line renderer, start line width. It goes ahead and does this. Oh, That's in fixed update. No wonder. So now I just need to say if foobar. So let's see if that works. Because before it was running the simulate method, but it wasn't running the draw method. Honestly, I thought that it would be the other way around, where it would be simulating it but not drawing it, and I'd be getting a whole lot of error messages. So now it works. Turn off foobar, and now it doesn't work. It doesn't undraw the line though. Hmm. I did save, right? How do I hide the rope? Maybe that's what I can do. Ooh, that's an idea. All right, Twitch decided it didn't want to work. In that case, I'm making a YouTube channel, a new one for Tethered. Gosh, I hate this. I just want to do something nice on Twitch, start something new, and have it all work out. And this is how it repays me.